team which has made the playoffs on all 3 occasions. The winner of the title in 2024, led by the ageless T20 superstar Kieran Pollard, MI Emirates with a strong Calypso presence in their lineup, looks a formidable force yet again. Winner of the inaugural edition, Golf Giants, had a disappointing run last season, failing to make the playoffs. Under a new coaching setup, can the star-studded side rise to glory yet again? After 2 box office clashes to start season 4 with a bang, we are all set for a riveting contest tonight between 2 former champions.
Yes, it is match 3 of the DP World ILT20 Season 4. We are off and running. It is the Golf Giants taking on MI Emirates. 2 teams that have enjoyed a lot of success at this tournament, both having won it, one in the inaugural season and one in Season 2. Can they go a little bit further this time round? Let's head out to the middle now with Mike Hazeman with the captains for the toss, then Simon Dool for the pitch report.
Okay, we're all set and ready to go for the toss. I've got the important gentleman alongside me. I've got Moeen Ali, who is the captain of the Giants, Kieran Pollard, captain of Emirates. I've got the match referee, Roshan Mohanama. Roshan, welcome. And also Kunal Shah, the toss representative. Welcome as well, sir. Righto, you got the coin, Moeen. Where we go?
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Tails is the call.
It is heads.
Heads it is. Moeen, what are you going to do?
We're going to bowl first.
And what are the reasonings behind that?
Just it's our first game and the wicket looks a decent wicket. Could be some dew later on, so they're the main reasons really.
I know you want to get off to a good start, and in particular at this venue. Obviously you're now captain today. We'll talk about that more in a sec. But last year you lost your first 6 at this venue, so you've got a good start today and get on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but yeah, I mean it's important to get a good start. It's important to get a good start in this competition, but it's more important to play well, even if you lose to it. Like you just put a good performance in. But obviously you need the points as well at some stage, but we're hoping to get those points against a very good side tonight.
And James Vince is the normal captain, but not playing tonight?
Yeah, he got hit in the hip a few days ago and he's just struggling a little bit, but hopefully he'll be back next game.
Okay, now one of the good things about your lineup is it's a good familiar bunch of guys. They know each other pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. We've had some good sessions, good team bonding exercises, and those kind of things that franchises do now. So, and there's a lot of familiar faces who've played together quite a bit before, so really excited, really looking forward to it.
And it's never easy to keep these guys quiet.
No, never. This is the one side that always obviously wins, well, most of the time wins all over the world, and obviously Polly leading is an outstanding captain and player, so they're terrific side. It's probably best to play them first game.
Moeen, thank you. Enjoy it.
Thanks.
Kieran, had you won the toss, what were you going to do?
Same exactly as Moeen.
Right, okay. Now, before we go any further, congratulations. You've done everything in the game. You're still belting the ball a mile. First time tonight, captaining for 200 times in a T20 game.
Oh, that's an amazing stat. I didn't even know that. But again, I've been around a long time, as well. Carry a wealth of experience, with myself. So hopefully I can just continue to pass that on, within the dressing room, and it's up for a positive.
Now, how's the build-up so far to this season in the change room? How's it looking?
It's been good. The guys have been here for the last week, 10 days or so. If it's one thing, this franchise, we pride ourselves on preparation. So, guys have been here preparing, while some would have been playing in that T10 tournament, recently. So I think the guys are looking forward, they're raring to go, and, hopefully we can give a good account of ourselves, first up with the bat. Now, looking back at last season, what are the important things to get right this season, right at the start? Starting properly as a franchise is something that, we sometimes a bit slow starters. But I thought, overall last year, I thought we have a very good season. We finished third. Unfortunately for myself personally, I had to leave the tournament due to some personal issues. But I thought the guys, really did well. They just missed out on a finalist place. So again, we got to go 2 steps further this time around. And again, also there's a bit of a Caribbean flair about things. So you guys have got familiarity, which means role playing is very precise. The guys know what they need. Yeah, everyone is clear, on what we have to do. Even the newcomers who have come into the squad, giving them an opportunity to understand the roles that they're going to play when they get an opportunity. So, for us, we have a couple of new faces, even in our squad. So, but I said, from role clarity perspective, it's just a matter of come out and perform now. Good stuff, Skipper. Well done again. 200 times. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Enjoy it. Okay, the news in the middle is the Golf Giants have won the toss, and they're going to bowl first.
Right, now I'm going to have a chat to Simon Dawes. Simon's alongside me. Sorry, Simon, let's have a little bit of a chat about this pitch. Let's just stroll over and have a bit of a look. Your thoughts initially about the game a couple of nights ago?
I moved a couple of surfaces across. That was from 2 nights ago, Hazy. I thought it played okay. The key to batting here is getting through that power play. I think that's been one of the key things. A little bit drier, this one, than the one the other night, and a little bit more grass, according to Matt Sandry, who's the chief curator here. So when you look at it, I think the grass covering is really nice. I think about the success that we've had in the last 2 to 3 years. I go back to last year's success, what worked in the power play from a bowling point of view. Just hitting a really good hard length. 18 wickets in that power play last year from just a good length, and the other 5 just full of a good length. So if you get the ball up, I think you will have success. What we saw from the Dubai Capitals the other night, they were just too short, way too short in that power play. So I think you get the ball up there, there'll be a little bit of movement. From a batting point of view, don't be worried about batting first, because if you do put enough runs on the board, when you get through that batting power play with 1 or none down, I think you can cash in at the back end. That's going to be the key for me. One thing we saw the other night, Hazy, you'll be interested in this, all those guys sliding, knees into the ground. Now that happens at this end of the ground. The reason being it happens at this end of the ground, because the sun only ever shines from about here, that way. So this end never sees any sun. It's all artificial down that end. You can slide at the other end though, folks. If you want to get your knee into the ground, you can slide down there, no problem at all. A little bit closer to this side, so expect many sixes into that territory.
One thing I noticed from the other night is the fact the ball swung. We normally talk about it swinging the white ball for a couple of overs only. It swung up until about the 7th over the other night.
And because it's very early in the season, there's a lot of grass coverage on and around. The block is nice and green as well, so it doesn't get scuffed up as much. Surface has got a bit of grass on it, that'll maintain the ball. It'll swing for 7, 8, 9 overs, maybe 10.
Okay, Simon, good stuff. We'll hear in the combox shortly.
Thank you.
Right, the track looks good. The one thing we've got to think about is the dew situation a little bit later. It was a little bit dewy in the game, the first game 2 nights ago. We'll have to see how it is these days. The guys use a towel and they use the ball pretty well these days, so they're not overstressed by it, but it will definitely come here.
Thank you, boys, very much. I do love a good bit of dew chat, but it does feel early in the night. Darren Ganga, Andy Flower alongside me, and you love a bit of dew chat, don't you, Darren?
yeah. The deeper you go in the night, it could be advantageous, of course, for that team batting second. And we've seen that here in Dubai, of course, teams having a little bit of an advantage bowling first. So we'll have to wait and see. You can also bat first and win.
Andy, it is game 2 for you, and it's your old team here tonight. Now, I saw you out there mixing it up with the boys. How are they feeling?
Yeah, well, they've got a change of captain, so they got a new captain because James Vince is injured today. But they're raring to go. They've got a new coach as well, obviously. Jonathan Trott, an old friend of mine from his playing days and my coaching days. So a lot of change at Golf Giants, and I'm hoping that they start strong today. Yeah,
it'll be interesting. It's an interesting matchup, and a lot of new faces in and around, a lot of last-minute call-ups. Rashid Khan has come into the mixer for today. 500 T20s under his belt, so a bit of experience, Darren.
A bit of experience. We saw Sunil Narayan the other day picked up his 600 T20 wicket. Well, guess what? Rashid Khan is very close to 700 wickets. That's the wealth of experience that he will bring to this side. Of course, he's replaced Jordan Thompson. You look at last season's squad compared to this one for my Emirates, just about 9-10 players with continuity into this season. So that's a core that they can build upon, and Karen Pollard said it at the toss. They have invested a lot in their preparation. You can expect this side to turn up and produce the results because they pride themselves on excellence.
They certainly do. If we look at my Emirates a little bit more and their leadership group and the structure there, they've changed captain again for this season, and Karen Pollard, who also brings a whole lot of experience. You've got the likes of Rashid Khan now in the mixer for a couple of games perhaps. So how do you balance it out, and who do you listen to, and how does the setup work if you're the coach in that scenario?
Well, I don't think there's any problem with people listening to and respecting Karen Pollard. I've just had a great experience with him in the T10 when he was leading our side and leading to victory. And I'm not surprised that he leads sides to victory. He's an absolute winner character-wise. So people will be hanging on his every word. He carries himself really well. And Nicky Pooran can rest and relax into his playing. And I think they have got a wealth of experience and leadership. We talked about Rashid Khan with 500 games under his belt. Pollard's got 700 and something games under his belt. So all that experience will come into not only his play, but how he marshals his troops.
Experience and expectation is another thing in this type of game, isn't it? Because we had an auction this time around for Season 4 of the DP World ILT20. Okay, so Fletcher goes for the highest amount. How does he feel tonight?
Well, he will have to carry that burden of expectation. The other thing is, when you look at Season 3 and what my Emirates achieved, they weren't so good in that opening combination. They didn't secure a 50-plus run partnership. So Fletcher might be a solution, but who partners with him? That will be challenging for Robinson, the coach of this team, because there are quite a few options there. Mohamed Wazeem, there's also Johnny Bairstow, who has dominated at the top of the innings. Now he's batting in the middle. So to see who partners with Andre Fletcher will be quite interesting. They'll want to get it right because, as you heard from Simon Dool, you win the power play with the bat, you get very close to winning the game, in my estimation, here in Dubai.
All right, Darren, I want to thank you very much for your time and your thoughts. We love you. We appreciate you. We're going to hear from you in the commentary box. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, we'll talk about the teams and what's coming up in this huge game. Welcome back to Game 3 of the DP World ILT20. Thank you for joining us here on Cricket Safari. Andy and I are now joined by Simon Dool. Golf Giants, they have won the toss against my Emirates, and they're going to have a bowl first. And hardly any surprises at this venue, Dooley.
No surprises at all. I think, when I look at sides who have batted first, some have played relatively well last year, 170, 175, but they've been successful because they've got through the power play. If you can get through the power play here with none or one down, it doesn't have to be 8, 9, 10 and over. If you can be around that 35 to 40, none down, one down, particularly with the power of what my Emirates have got, then I think you can cash in at the back end. And that's the mistake that so many sides have made. They've lost wickets early. We just highlighted what had been the key to taking wickets, getting that length right, swinging the ball, seaming the ball. But get through the first 5, 6 overs, none or one down. I think then you can actually push on through the middle. Then you can start to put pressure back on the spinners in the opposition and maybe take 1 or 2 down through there.
All right, Dewey, well, would you talk us through this power for my Emirates tonight?
Yeah, it's a good look inside, isn't it? You think about Mohamed Wasim right up at the top, Johnny Bairstow in, Kyron Pollard, Banton, who's got 200s in the tournament so far, Nicholas Pooran, Romario Shepherd, Tejinder Dillon, Wokes. There's so much there to like about what they've got in that side. They'll bring in a substitute from a bowling point of view. You would imagine that might be Shakib, maybe even if they lose some wickets, with another spin bowling option to add to Gazantfa. But it's a very powerful side and they can score big.
They're coming up against a team who was a little bit uncharacteristic last year, but they've got a few key players still in the side. No James Vince tonight, he is injured, but there's still plenty there, isn't there, Andy?
Yeah, no James Vince to captain and open the batting, but they've got Gurbaz and Nissanka, two very explosive stroke makers up front. Asif Khan from the UAE gets a chance. But it's really their bowling, I think, that is their strength. Nuwan Tushara, the Sri Lankan, who slings it, swings the new ball, and is a wicket taker up front. And Shamsi and Dawson will be a very good spin combination in those middle overs.
They absolutely will. Now, I want to hear about Moeen Ali. We've seen him a lot around the world. He's been so successful at international level and at the franchises as well. He's played in this tournament with the Sharjah Warriors and now the Gulf Giants. To take on the role as captain, when you have that much experience and you travel around the world, do you come in with expectation, or what's it like when you have to step into the role as captain with a team that's been around for a while?
Well, that experience will hold him in good stead. A terrifically talented player. Talking to Mo in the last 8, 10, 12 days, he's moved his family out here to Dubai now. He's living in the area. He said that the environment in and around him and his family is now so relaxed. He's absolutely loving it. And I think he understands, Andy, that this is the back end of his career. It's the enjoyment time. And he's always been such a free-flowing stroke maker, but a very good thinker of the game as well, I believe.
Yeah, I think the other thing he's able to do, he was saying, is practice a lot. He's got a very short travel time to his practice venue, and it's not like being at home where it was a little more difficult getting those facilities.
Tavariz Shamsi is going to start. There's no doubt. He always does at all the tournaments he plays in. But for the Gulf Giants, has he got some magic for them in season 4?
Right, guys, we've got Tavariz Shamsi here. Are we ready for the shoot? Cameras rolling, audio okay?
Camera rolling.
Right, but guys, this is not a great frame. Can we have something more exciting or something more magical?
Yeah, I got you. Don't worry, I'll sort it out. Right, I'm here. Let's go. Magic is something that's always fascinated me from a young age. Just the way a magician can make things appear out of nowhere, make things disappear out of nowhere, and right in front of your eyes do things that are just crazy. You just can't explain how it's happening. So from a young age, I was always fascinated by magic. It's something that I really enjoyed doing. And then once I started playing cricket, it was like, look, I love playing cricket. I love doing magic. And, people take time out to come and watch us play, or they sit in front of their TVs. They take their time out. They want to be entertained. If I think back to when I started playing professional cricket, I was just hoping to get a few games regularly for my domestic team back home. Second team actually, and then just some opportunities to play first team cricket back home, and then obviously then to play A-side cricket, and then for my country, and then playing leagues. To be the 20th most wickets out of every single player that has ever played T20 cricket professionally, it's a bit mind-boggling, to be honest. And even now I don't feel like it's sank in, but now that I am on the list, I would definitely love to keep on climbing higher and higher on that. When I step onto the field, my #1 goal definitely is to make people happy. The people that are coming to the ground to watch, the people that are watching on TV, and also my family, my wife, my son, my friends. and just my teammates as well. You know, if they're happy, it means we won the game. That's ultimate.
I personally have so many questions about the shoe. I want to know how quickly he gets it back on, how tight is the shoelace done up for him to get it off so fast and he takes a wicket. But he will take wickets because that is what he does. How do you face him? If you're my Emirates tonight, you're getting ready to take him on.
Well, I'm going to pass this one over to a man who played spin beautifully. But what I will say is that Andy and I talked in commentary the other night and off air about how low and the trajectory of the modern day T20 spinner, why it makes them so difficult. Shamsi collapses that front leg quite a lot. He's got a very low trajectory. So does Noor Ahmed, who had success here the other night. Rashid Khan a little bit as well. How do you play those guys who are a little quicker and a little skiddier across the surface?
Yeah, I think bounce used to be such a characteristic of top spinners, but it's not so much anymore because batters are wanting to get under the ball. And these guys like Shamsi, like Rashid Khan, they bowl with a low trajectory and the ball skids on. And you don't need the ball to move that much, but if there's a little bit of deception in your release, and he was talking about his magic, wasn't he? Well, that sleight of hand, he's definitely got. So as a batter, reading that, and then the ball's hardly ever bouncing above the stumps. So if it's pitching on and hitting anywhere near the stumps, batsmen have to check their shots a little. There's that danger of getting LBW or bowled. And Shamo is brilliant at bowling that good length. That's one of the common denominators of great spinners is bowling a great length.
So game 3 is almost underway here at beautiful Dubai International Cricket Stadium. I'll ask for your predictions. Is it my Emirates or is it the Gulf Giants tonight?
You know what? I'm going to go with the side batting first. I just think they'll put runs on the board. I know it sounds silly, but I did it the other night. I'm going to stick to my guns. My Emirates.
Oh, okay, and for you? Oh, this is a tricky one. Very interesting.
Is this a heart or head decision?
You tell me.
I've got to go with heart. Come on, the Gulf Giants.
Come on, the Gulf Giants. We are not far away. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, we get ready for Game 3 of the DP World ILT20. The Gulf Giants have won the toss, and they'll bowl first.
set to go. This is an important match coming to you live from the Dubai International Stadium. It is match number 3 in the DP World ILT20. It is the Golf Giants versus My Emirates. Now the toss was about 20 minutes ago, and it was the Golf Giants who won the toss, and they elected to bowl first. Kyron Pollard said that he was going to do the same. Moeen Ali is the captain today. James Vince has got him a little bit of a problem with the leg. He got a blow on the hip the other day. As I have a look at My Emirates lineup, I've got Darren Ganger alongside me. Right, Darren, take me through them straight away.
Well, they have gone with Mohamed Wasim and Johnny Bairstow at the top. No Andre Fletcher. Kyron Pollard, he's been in good nick in 2025. So too Nicholas Puran, and Tom Banton had a really good year with the bat last season. Romario Shepherd will be the all-rounder, and then spin. Tajinder, Ganzafar, Rashid Khan. So there are options there for Pollard with the ball too.
Look at the Golf Giants. Gabaz is always dangerous right at the top. Tasanka played very well here not so long ago. Asif Khan's there. Erasmus from Zimbabwe. Moeen Ali, captain today, as I said. No James Vince, that's a blow. Amazai is a contributor from Afghanistan, and they've got plenty of spinners. Liam Dawson's playing, Tabraiz Shams is playing as well, and Noor Tassara's in that lineup, and Matthew Ford from the Barbados lineup is going to be in action as well. Just a reminder, the Golf Giants won the toss and they elected to bowl. Conditions are beautiful, about 24 degrees Celsius right now. Here come the umpires striding out. Asif Iqbal from UAE, Wayne Knight from New Zealand, TV umpires Leslie Reefer, and here we have the DP World Smart Truck delivering the match ball ahead of the start of the game, delivering on time as they normally do, grabbing that, and we're not far away from getting this important match underway because both these teams were a bit sluggish in season 3 at the start. In fact, the Golf Giants, they played 6 here and they lost 6, so it wasn't a good venue for them. To make sure they get that right at the start so they can go on a little bit of a roll as they go forward. These two men are going to be in charge. We've got Rashama Hanama, who's also the match referee. 2 very experienced umpires, so a couple of guys who will enjoy this challenge out in the middle as well, dressed in black. David Bairstow is going to be out there looking to enforce right at the top, so we know he's a power hitter. Moeen Ali will know plenty about him. How are you reading this, Darren, before we start?
Very hard to tell because you look at the history between these two sides. Of course, 7 matches completed in the past. 4 in favor of Golf Giants, 3 to My Emirates. Many of the matches finishing in the last over of the game. So very little difference between 2 teams, and we expect the same tonight. Of course, first game for both teams in season 4, so they'll want to start on a positive note. And this man on the screen, we've seen him recently bat in the middle in T20 cricket, now given the chance at the top where his record is more superior. So first things first, My Emirates will want to set that opening combination right, because that was a main issue that let them down in season 3.
Got Mohamed Wasim's numbers. Strike rate 150. We know he gives the ball a bit of a whack almost from ball 1, actually. Getting towards those 4,000 runs in the T20 game. Bairstow's got a great pedigree, almost 6,000 runs, strike rate of almost 140. Got 500s, best of 116, 228 innings. His track is perhaps a little bit drier than it was 2 nights ago. May not do quite as much right at the start. There'll still be a little bit of nibble around the place. There'll certainly be a bit of swing, I think. Saw the ball swing for about 6 overs in the first game, first innings. 2 nights ago in game number 1. Tassara, 170 wickets, economy rate of just over 8. It's pretty impressive stuff. He strikes right at the top and, of course, always at the tail. Just about to get underway. There's the countdown. Okay, let's play. 2 teams who haven't played yet this season are about to start. There we go, that's bang on target first up. Line and length is ideal.
As we look at the unfolding of this match number 3, I'm keen to see how Mohammad Wasim goes about his innings, because he's one of the highly rated UAE players in this league. Can hit a long ball. He's a natural 6-hitter. But in recent times, he hasn't been able to manage risk properly, especially in the first 6 overs. So that will be critical in determining his success with the bat.
So important, the power play. First 6 overs, 1x bat power play. Make sure they play successfully in that. Often decides an outcome or a game, those first 6 overs in each innings. Slip in position. A little bit fuller that time. A little bit of swing as well, again from Tissara.
Yeah, just to amplify my point, Hazy, and viewers, in the very first game played here at the Dubai International Stadium, it was the Dubai Capitals that produced 32 for 3 in the power play. Matched that with what the Vipers got, 64 for 1. Of course, the Vipers went on to win. So that's a template that you want to follow. Template set by the Vipers. They were dominant, had a 50-run partnership with their openers. The same will be expected from my Emirates.
Looking to turn it over at the moment, just ticking over the singles at this stage. Always plays with a smile on his face, does Tissara. Gives the impression that he always enjoys the role that he gets with the new ball. Only 2 men allowed outside the circle in the power play. There they are. Full toss, out, straight back to the bowler. Leading edge, wanted to go a lot square. I think he was surprised initially with the full toss and then just got that leading edge. It was a comfortable catch. Plenty of time for Tissara to get in the right spot to grab it.
An innocuous type delivery, you can say, but it brings a wicket for the Gulf Giants and breaks the opening partnership. So the trend continues in season 4 for the opening partnership for my Emirates. Just going across the line, not negotiating the swing away. And he pays a heavy price. Wasim trudges back to the pavilion for 1. It's 2 for 1.
Tom Banton had a great season last time around, season 3. Got a couple of hundreds as well. Best of 107. He's got 400 throughout his T20 career. Almost 5,000 runs, getting close to 5,000 runs. I don't think he'd be too unhappy being out there nice and early in this short format. Natural stroke player. Nice line, nice length, and nice movement first up to get Banton thinking a little bit.
You mentioned his season last year, 493 runs, 2 centuries. What he does well is, of course, takes a little bit of time to get in. Some pundits have actually said he's very slow in the power play phase, but he gives himself time as a batter to get to understand the conditions, the opposition bowlers, maybe the hallmark of his success with the bat.
Top over so far. Can he finish, Tissara? He can. Really good work. Just 2 runs off the over, but a wicket as well. 2 for 1. Giants lineup. Shams is there. Liam Dawson's also there. Moen can bowl a bit of off spin if he wants to. So captain, he might choose not to do that. He might bowl 1 or 2, who knows. They'll want to get going and continue this good start to make sure the spinners can have a little bit of time to get into the game when they get the ball into their hands. Both quality spinners. Shams in particular is a wicket taker. Dawson someone who keeps things pretty tight. Matthew Ford now from Barbados. Been in really good form of late as Matthew Ford, energetic bowler, good athlete as well. First one slides down the leg side. Keeper Gabaz has got to be a good athlete on that occasion.
Yeah, just to add to Matthew Ford, who hails from the West Indies, of course, had a few concerns in his fitness. He's back in full form, just recently played for the West Indies in ODIs in New Zealand, was a part of the recent T20 tournament here in Abu Dhabi. But he swings the ball into right-handers. That's his specialty.
Got to get that radar right. He's got away with that one.
Oftentimes he might just start his line a little too straight. He's thinking about restricting batters from using their arms, so he has a tendency to slide down the leg side because of that inward movement.
There we go, that's a better line. That's where he wants to be. He gets a little bit of extra balance. He's quite a tall lad forward. Look at that full toss, which certainly surprised Wasim. Just bunted it back with that leading edge. So I would have also been quite surprised as well. One ex-bat power play is on, and they've picked up a wicket straight away in that first over. So that certainly has put them on the right track. Bit of in swing. I mentioned earlier that he's an aggressive player, Banton. He likes to give the ball a bit of a whack. He's toned down a little bit from when he first started, but in this format he's a clean hit of the ball once he gets going. This is outstanding work against the Vipers in season 3. 105 of 55 deliveries. Really is unbelievable work. Superbly played, and it wasn't the only century that he picked up. Brilliantly played, Banton.
He's tasted success in domestic leagues. He's also tasted international cricket for England, 7 one-day international matches. A mature player, you can say, in this format of the game.
Extra bounce, sliding it down perhaps a little bit. Yeah, when he first started playing Banton on the English circuit, he made a lot of people sit up and take notice of him, the way that he was scoring runs straight away. And he just sort of went a little bit quiet for a little bit, a season or two, but he's reorganised himself. Coming back with a vengeance now.
Yeah, just 26 years of age. The other thing is he's playing in a team with the likes of Karen Pollard, Nicholas Pooran. You need to have the right mindset too with those sort of players in your squad.
Backing away, looking to play through the covers. Couldn't get through that inner ring.
And the reason why I say you need to have the right mindset, because at times you can feel the pressure of batters to come, and that can sway you to do things out of your comfort zone. You look at that batting order, you see the power in Puran and Romario Shepherd in Karen Pollard, and if you're batting and not scoring quickly, that can get to you as a batter because you don't want to waste that capacity with the bat.
Real chance also Fletcher will be added later on as well. Very good point. Beautifully struck. That's a wonderful shot. Nice way to sign off the over. 8 from it, 2 done, 10 for 1.
Well, he's just changed the length of this delivery. It was a good length, but by advancing and going leg side, he has created the room and gotten to the pitch of the ball to play that classical stroke. Just magnificent to see. An adaptation we've seen from T20 batters put to good effect. Top shot.
They'll be hoping my Emirates, these two guys, get a very good partnership together. Start of this game, because if they play well, both of them, Bairstow and also Banton, there'll be boundaries galore. Marzai into the attack now. O'Neill, of course, wasn't going to be expecting to be captain of the Golf Giants in this season. It was going to be James Vince. In case you're just joining us, he's got a blow on the hip area, upper thigh area, a couple of days ago, so he's not fit yet. He should be fine for the next game. Puts a bit of pressure on Moeen Ali as the captain. A little bit of movement in from Marzai straight away.
Well, here's a player that has grown in stature in the T20 game. Asmatullah Marzai, not only very good with the bat, he has grown into an all-rounder because of his skills with the ball as a medium pacer. He swings the ball, he seams the ball. Oftentimes he finds that very good length. Was the ICC Men's ODI Cricketer of the Year in 2024, so don't underestimate him if you're a batter batting in this phase.
Those guys also has a bit of a tendency to pick up wickets. Good year, as pointed out by Darren in 2024. That one just going away that time. There's the variation, one in, one away.
Another Afghan international player in this Golf Giants side. Another Gurbaz brought into the setup as an opener. It's something that Jonathan Trott, the head coach, has led for Golf Giants. They're searching for that second title. They won that title in the inaugural DP World ILT20. Can they repeat? There he is. Very prolific opening batter in T20 cricket, Gurbaz.
Chandu, you can't do too much with that. To find Faruqi there somewhere as well, also from Afghanistan. He's been absolutely unbelievable in the last couple of years, last couple of seasons. ILT20. Quite short enough, but he loves playing that shot, does David Bairstow, and he's got enough bat on it to pick up that boundary. That's the big ticket for the innings. Big play. Dream bigger.
Third tournament for. So just latching on to that short of a length delivery that could just get his engine going. He's been watchful, 6 of 7 so far.
Nicely worked into the gap, scampering through early call, trusting each other as they hear the loud early call. 7 off the over so far with that boundary from Bairstow. So give them a chance. They play well off this final delivery to turn into a very good one. just nicked that off stump. Just came in enough at the last minute. Gave a little bit too much room, backing away, and checked the stump, and he's on his way now, Banton.
I signaled the value of Omar Zai with the ball. That ability to swing it, that ability to pick wickets. Evidence of same with this wicket of Tom Banton. It's a big, big scalp for the Gulf Giants. He's a dangerous batter, the line outside the off stump, but the inward swing just enough to hit that off stump. That's smart, that's shrewd. He gets the reward. Banton departs for 6, it's 17 for 2.
Got themselves in a little spot here. The Giants won the toss, selected the ball. They've picked up 2 wickets now inside 3 overs. 17 for 2 it is. Banton is a big wicket in this situation. However, it does bring Nicholas Puran to the crease. Look at those numbers. 9,952 at a strike rate of, I'm going to give it 150. 400s, he can play. A little bit leg side, eased away by Bairstow. Had a few towards his pad so far in this innings.
Once more, the value of that skill to swing the ball. So important in any format of the game. As displayed by Omar Zai, just that inward movement. He can also swing the ball away too. Not express pace, but very accurate with his lengths and lines. Impressive.
Yeah, not so much from Banton, just a little bit too adventurous, I think, at that stage. They had 7 off the over, didn't really need to go for that, and he backed away too far. That was the problem. In the end, he couldn't reach it.
Easy, you're looking at Nicholas Puran. If you're a bowling side, what's the plan? What's the plan? Do you focus on what has gone to inform you what you do in the present? Or do you allow the natural instinct of your bowlers to come to the fore? Not surprised that the line is wide, because if you look at last season, more often than not he was dismissed with deliveries wide of off stump. Generally he's been dominant with his scoring leg side, nearly 66% of his runs in that leg side region. So straight away you can see data informing strategy.
I think the plan's quite simple. Get him out before he gets set, which is in about 3 minutes time. Nice tight line. Nicely bowled from around the wicket from forward.
Just for our viewers, we'll just reflect on Nicholas Puran and the way he got dismissed in season 3. That was earlier this year. That line wide outside the off stump. We saw that first delivery from forward in that region. Puran will be mindful of that little weak point last season.
Toe end down to third, just the one, and again the width.
The very best players are quite aware of their game, aware of what opposition bowlers are trying to do, and they're always planning to stay one step ahead to counter strategies from opposition bowlers. It's a real intrigue and competitiveness in this sport.
Deep enough. About to scamper down the other end for Bairstow.
Just to amplify the point I was making, you look at that leg side region last season. 66% of his runs, leg side. So that will be uppermost in the minds of all the bowlers from Gulf Giants, hence the wide off stump line.
Angling the bat. Owen Ali does nicely. These wickets have been taken by the quicker bowlers at this stage. Just a stat from season 3, 86% of the My Emirates wickets were taken by the quicker bowlers. Have to re-bowl that one, I think. Scam through for one. Direct hit would have been safe enough at the bowler's end. But a wide has been called. Got the hard worker, Buzz. Zipping down that collection area. But just tipped off his glove at the last minute. There's confirmation of the work that the seamers did in season 3 against My Emirates in comparison to the spinners. Last ball, the 4th over. Cries of catch it. Didn't carry. Ticko for a single. 7 off that over. 4 done, 24 for 2.
I've lost a couple early. My Emirates. Ahmed Wasim has chipped the full toss back to Juan Tusara, and then Benton bowled by Omar Zai. Shara again. Low slingy action. Get a lot of bounce, not always easy to pick up. Evening, Andy.
Evening, Dooley. Great to be here. Great to see Nuan Tushara bowling those slingy outswingers and slower balls. He is a great T20 performer. Wicket taker, absolutely up front. And then good at the death as well. And that's a great signing for the Gulf Giants. Here he is against one of the absolute key performers in this game, Nicholas Poolram. Still got the new ball in his hand. Ball still swinging. And he has a great opportunity to attack Poolram. He's good at left-handers, particularly, actually. He swings it into those pads. Let's have a look at what he does.
There it is. Just gets a thick inside edge on it, Nicholas Poolram. Exactly what you're talking about, looking for that Yorker. A little bit of shape.
Oh, what a good piece of bowling that is. That almost snuck through. Just chunked down on it with that big inside edge. And that was perfect. Not quite Yorker length, but anything full. But with that low slingy action, not much is going over the stumps. Certainly not from that length. Good piece of bowling.
Full this time, but wicket in play in the form of the captain, Moeen Ali. Yeah, we see probably 4 or 5 similar type bowlers now. Lasith Malinga obviously led the way from a Sri Lankan point of view, but Sara, Patirana, a couple of others as well that are very similar in style. actually in a pretty good position though. I mean, although the arm is low, he's in a good position with his head nicely forward. The front arm actually comes straight up and then goes down. It's just the back arm that's a little bit slingy. So at delivery, he's in a nice position. Timing, beautiful from Pooran.
Well, there was a field change there, and a mid-wicket went in for that in-swinger. This one just didn't swing. I think he was expecting it to swing, and it didn't, and it went across Pooran, and he just timed it through the offside. Hit it beautifully late, right under his eyes. But yeah, he's got that action. It's not quite as low as Malinga was, I don't think. But it's still coming from in front of that umpire. And nice and low. Low and slingy, looking for those pads, looking for that front pad. Controlled, careful shot from Pooran. I think he was looking for that swing as well. That delivery from just that umpire's left shoulder. Therefore, wicket to wicket, threatening those stumps all the time. There's the swing, and that's what induced that leading edge from Mohammad Wasim. Dangerous method of bowling, isn't it? Become very popular in Sri Lanka for obvious reasons.
And he's probably one of the more accurate of the modern ones. Oh yeah, yes, well done, little juggle, but brilliant. Pace off, slower ball. Bairstow through the shot, and outstanding work from Thisara.
Great piece of bowling. Not only is the swing threatening, but that deception with that low wrist to produce that slower ball, it's done Johnny Bairstow. You could see the fingers wrap around it just as he released it, and a great piece of athleticism as well. He's veering away to cover, and he had to come back to take it in his right hand as the ball went towards mid-on. That is a great piece of work. Not only the bowling skill, but the fielding skill. Johnny Bairstow gone for 11. And my Emirates, 30 for 3.
From the USA, Tajinder Dhillon. 20 career looks decent. New over, the last one of the power play, and yeah, comments we're just talking about the action of Juan Thisara. Because of that slingy nature, it doesn't tend to have a big follow through down the wicket. It goes more off towards cover. He's at the prop off that left foot, got the hand to it first and foremost, and managed to just pop it up in the air. Brilliant work, and you see how far Bairstow is through the shot, courtesy of what he dropped from 133 to 117 with that slower ball. Driven again, beautiful timing from Pooran, and 4 more.
Yeah, beautiful, classic cover drive. Could play that in a test match, you'd be happy with that. Got a bit of width, and he put it away. Yeah, that deception with that slingy bowling. Here's Omazar getting punished for width. Bowled any left-hander of any worth, and they'll put that away. Absolutely. Beautiful from Pooran. Change of tactic from Omazar now. He's come around the wicket. He's going to try and take that angle away. And angle the ball back into Pooran from around the wicket.
On average, he hits a 6 every 9 balls in ILT20, 71 off 652 deliveries, Nicholas Perrin. When he gets in, they do come at regular intervals. Bit of work to do for Jinder Dillon. Bother, find a way to work through this middle phase and give themselves an opportunity with the power still to come. And you think about Pollard, Romario Shepherd, Rashid Khan, Chris Wokes, all with the capabilities of clearing the boundary, but probably don't want them there till about the 12th, 13th over. Jalwa Dekau in the umpire contest for you, who led the Giants in their first match of season 3. So last year, Vince, Fox, Hetmeyer or Robinson. Exciting prizes, plenty to win, plenty on offer. T's and C's do apply. Make sure you read those.
Well, there's another little slower ball from Omazai this time. It swung out a little. That's cunning. That must have been deep in the hand, I reckon. Very nice piece of bowling from Omazai. Gonna have to check his shot. Slower ball. It's a good pace difference, isn't it, between his fastest and his slowest? Skillful bowler. Swings it both ways. That single takes us to the end of power play. 36-3.
Big overs, my Emirates. Lost 3 wickets in doing so. Asim, Banton and Bairstow all back in the dugout. They bat deep, I mentioned that earlier. This Wokes at number 9. Got plenty to come. T20 debut for Haider Razak. 24-year-old. Local man. Again, not exactly over the top, a little bit of slingy nature about him. It's a good bounce.
He's quite tall, isn't he? Usually a tall man would be trying to maximize the bounce he'd get by releasing it from as high a point as possible. He looks like he's got a slightly slingy action. Not to the extremes of Tushar or Malinga, but a bit slingy nevertheless.
Played down in the T10 recently down in Abu Dhabi for the Royal Champs. Picked up 5 wickets in that tournament. Played 7 games. A little harder than Puran thought at first, I think.
Yeah, he was having a pull at it, wasn't he? Yeah, there's a little look down at his feet initially. But a reasonable rhythm. And here is that slightly low release. Follows through towards the batsman. Run up and the release looked good. There's a little more that he could be doing in that follow through, isn't there, Dooley? You obviously, you know a little bit more than I do about the old bowling action. What do you think?
I'm with you on that, absolutely. I think there's a lot to like about the run up. When I talk to any young boy or girl about the run-up, what I like to see there is don't let the hands cross the centre line of the body. Okay, so when you see him there, imagine a line straight down the centre line from the V in his shirt. Right hand, left hand barely touches that centre line of the body. So it's a nice rhythmical run-up. Head position when he gets here. Nice and forward. Head weighs a lot more than most things on your body. To get that going forward, it's always a good feeling. But I'm with you. I think a run-up more straight down the surface a little. I always felt, Andy, you know, rightly or wrongly, the umpires didn't like me very much, but unless I was getting a warning, a game, I wasn't doing my job. I always felt I was bowling a lot better when my run-up and my follow-through was a lot straighter. And if I didn't get warned at least once, I wasn't really doing my job.
I guess you want to be driving all your energy towards that off stump, don't you? And if you are veering off towards cover, some of that energy is dissipating and then your fingers aren't going to be quite behind the ball.
No run there. Bit of communication between these two. Nicholas Puram was actually captain of MI New York in the MLC earlier this year. Was that August, September? I think that tournament is on, and Tajinder Singh played for them. July, might have been. Tajinder Singh played for MI New York in that tournament, so they'll know each other. A bit of familiarity around there. They won that, didn't they? Won the MLC, did MI New York. Just back of a length. Pretty tidy start. 5 singles coming from Razak's first over. End of the 7th, 41 for 3. Tap of the watch tells us that we will have a strategic timeout.
And now it's time for the strategic timeout. ओके चलिए देखते हैं किस टीम के फैन यहाँ पर ज्यादा है। शुरुआत करेंगे पहले MI Emirates। तो जितने भी फैंस हैं MI Emirates के एक बार मचाओ शब्दुबाई। Okay, so now it's time for the next team, which is Gulf Giants. So Gulf Giant teams के जितने भी यहाँ पर फैंस हैं, एक बार मचाओ शब्दुबाई। Africa मुकाबला मैच है MI Emirates वर्सेस गल्फ जायंट्स के बीच में। एक बार जितने भी फैंस हैं पूरा जोश निकालो, मचाओ शब्दुबाई। Thank you, love you all.
One for 3. Dubai International Stadium for match number 3. The DP World ILT20. Season 4. See a little bit of the captain here, Owen Ali, bringing himself into the attack. Hardly bowled in the recent T10 down in Derby. See, I don't know whether he bowled an over at all. Scared of getting hit out of the park in the T10. Boundaries flying everywhere.
With good reason.
Didn't bowl one over.
With good reason.
Captain's prerogative, isn't it, that?
Well, Mo Ali is on because the left-hander is dismissing Pooran. That's for absolute certainty. Usually it's the swing that's doing the damage in the early overs in Dubai. Oh, good piece of fielding at cover. Dawson, Liam Dawson. Hampshire cricketer, diving to his right. Brings the right-hander back on strike.
You know, I guess that's part of the reason that Moeen Ali is on. Obviously, Nicholas Pooran at the crease. He probably wants to stay away from Liam Dawson, who's a very clever operator. Not a big one for just going only with matchups. Dawson can bowl to left-handers. Good spinners can bowl to anyone, I think.
Dawson's a very clever cricketer, isn't he? Tons of experience, very clever. Against Pooran, though, he'd have to have the long side. Pull shot from Tajinder into the gap. Poor piece of fielding. Nissanka from backward square leg. Running around, looking quizzically at the ground. He should have done better. Short from Mo Ali. Pounced upon by Tajinder.
Oh, said it in the pitch report. You've got to be careful if you're trying to go knee first into the surface. Anything our commentary side of halfway, because it never sees the sun. Down the far end, where that ball's just gone to, that's okay. It actually gets sun. So the pitch block from around about 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning towards the far end of the ground until about 2:30, 3 o'clock gets sun. This end of the ground never gets any.
Yeah, Nissanka's agreeing with you.
Finish, a bit of flight from Moeen Ali, but 8 from the over, 49 for 3, 8 gone.
That's the end of the over after 8 overs, 49 for 3 by Emirates.
For 3. My Emirates just labouring a bit in this innings with the bat. Good work from the Gulf Giants with the ball. Moeen Ali, the skipper, stand-in skipper, just bowling the last over. And Razak will continue into his second. Look outside edge. Where will this game end up? Of course, you can make your predictions. Commentators have been hard at work trying to predict the right outcome in matches in this Season 4 ILT20. And of course, Simon Dool going against the trend. A nice single, so Nicholas Pooran will have a target in mind. Of course, he's taking time to get himself in. 16 from 15. He knows how important it is for him to stitch together a partnership, not expose Karen Pollard and maybe Romario Shepherd too early. Two players who can really take the attack to the bowlers and score quickly with their power and ability to hit sixes. Pooran himself can switch gears. Wasim Akram alongside me. Your thoughts on the game so far?
It's a good pitch to bowl on, absolutely. Obviously, they're struggling a bit, my Emirates right now. 51 for 3. Pull shot. The danger man is still out there. Nicholas Pooran, we know he can change the course of the game in a matter of 2 overs. And they're looking to build up a partnership between Pooran and Tajinder. And this partnership is worth now 22 between these two. Razak. T20 debut. Impressed all of us in the commentary box because of his length, his action, his follow through, and most importantly, I think his seam position. Just go slightly wider in the end. I think eventually, he's 24 years of age, eventually he can learn to come closer to the wicket. And obviously they'll come with practice. That was cross seam, or maybe a bit of a variation.
Yeah, that can be painful off the inside edge onto the body, so he might seek treatment from the physiotherapist. Yep, that's a signal. Tushara was quite good. Picked up 2 wickets so far. Second wicket, of course, that of Bairstow. Just taking pace off the ball, using pace variations, and yeah, that was the one that he juggled, but eventually held on. 2 caught on bowls taken successfully.
The pace wasn't there, but the trick was the length. And of course, a bit of variation, slingy action, and good slow ball. And from here onwards, if they go 10 and over, they get to 165. That's a decent total. That would be the idea by them.
Well, it's just afar from ILT20. Of course, the Ashes happening in Australia. Mitchell Starc just going past your tally of wickets in Test match cricket. Similar style bowler too.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Mr. Starc. He's a modern great and he has been playing cricket since 2012-11 onwards. And what I love about him, the way he bowls doesn't matter either it's Australia, England or even in India on subcontinent pitches. He's still got pace. He runs in and the passion is still there. I mean, 102 test matches, 415-16 wickets. Incredible performance by the great man. So congratulations, Mitchell Starc.
Has that unique ability to swing the ball just like you, with pace, with aggression and attitude. Prolific wicket taker, Mitchell Starc. Back here in Dubai, 3 wickets have tumbled. The first was Mohammad Wasim, just chipping one back to Tushara. And Omar Zai getting Tom Banton. Was the juggle that accounted for the 3rd wicket.
That's good bowling. Really good bowling. Using the pace, the pitch, most importantly the wicket. I'm talking about a lot of grass on the pitch, green tinge to it. And every time you hit the seam, it swings or seams, most importantly, either side. That was again kind of a wobbly seam, cross seam ball. Sometimes bowlers tend to be comfortable with a cross seam because they have more control.
So the Vipers used seam to good effect in match number 1 this season, right here in Dubai, bowling into the pitch, allowing the pitch to do the talking, keeping it simple, trying to focus more on disciplined lengths, as we've just seen from Razak. Just 4 from the over, 53 for 3.
Wicketless. Somerzai got beautiful wicket of Dan Lawrence, and Razak is bowling very impressed, as all of us. And Moin bowled 1 out. Pick of the bowlers, obviously. Tushara, 2 overs, 7 dot balls, 8 runs conceded, 2 wickets, economy rate of 4. Brilliant effort.
Five options used so far with the ball. You got fans in the house expecting a win. Last season the Giants failed to secure a win at this venue, so We'll be hoping to turn that form around.
Supuran is obviously taking his time. He knows they need a partnership, but against Moeen Ali, his strike rate is only 106. Maybe that's why Moeen is bowling consistently. I mean, second over. Usually, like I was listening to commentators before me, Dooley and all, in T10 format, he didn't bowl any over. So obviously, players, the coaches, they look at the stats, they look at everything, and they know. Matchups, I suppose, is the word.
It's the chess match that is unfolding. You reflect on the last 10 matches in this ILT20 played at this venue. The average person in score 157. So at the moment, projected scores to get to maybe 170, they need to go at 11s. And my Emirates achieved that.
They have the firepower, absolutely. I mean, this man on screen, Nicholas Pooran, is there and he's well set. He's on 17. He's buying his time. We're into 10th over.
And even in the last 10 matches, all matches have been won by chasing teams. So clear advantage with winning the toss, you can say, based on stats, but that's only a guide. That's history.
Yeah, if you want to win in Dubai, batting first, like you were saying, Darren, beautifully bowled. Maybe he's out stumping. He's saying yes, and what a effort by the wicketkeeper. Beautifully bowled this. A straighter delivery for Moeen. What a delivery.
The line was impressive as well, outside the off stump, so he had to negotiate if the ball was going to turn into him as a right-hander. That he didn't do properly. So the decision is out. It's another one down for my Emirates. The Jinder will have to go back to the pavilion. And he's been outfoxed on this occasion. Nice seam presentation, but very little turn inwardly.
Good glove bug by Gurbaz behind the stumps. Yes. Foot was up in the air. Brilliant effort, good bowling, and very important breakthrough for Girl Giants here. They got their 4th wicket. Rajinder, they passed for 15. Now my Emirates 57 for 4.
Skipper of my Emirates, Karen Pollard, makes his way out to the middle. What impact will he have with the bat? Solid record as a batter, of course, in his 200th match as a T20 captain. So, landmark game for the big man.
The big man is still hitting big shots. A big unit. And most, look at this record, 721 games. Unbelievable. He's still playing all over the world in these T20 leagues. Talk about major leagues, CPL, and obviously ILT20, PSL. He was there last year, I think, or year before.
Off the mark straight away. Great chemistry between Pollard and Pooran, so things might just turn in favor of my Emirates with the bat. End of the 10th, halfway stage, 58 for 4. Moeen will feel that he's accomplished that role of bowling in the middle. 2 overs, 1 for 13. He's added more pressure on this my Emirates batting lineup. many battles within a T20 game that you look forward to. Creates that heightened entertainment. Pollard and Pooran at the crease is one such. Maybe with their spinner bowling against Pollard and Pooran, that too might be very entertaining.
They're going to take a chance, and I'm sure one of them will eventually. The brace Shamsi. Look at his record as well, very impressive. The average 322.52, economy rate under rate, and he's a wicket taker, mystery bowler, wicket taker. It'll be a great battle between these two, especially Pollard and Tabriz.
Last couple of years, he's developed a very good record against left-arm wrist spin, Kieron Pollard. Something that Tabriz Shamsi will be mindful of. Of course, they last competed against each other in the Caribbean Premier League this year. Nice turn on offer too.
Impressive delivery. I thought it might not turn because the way the pitch is, there's a lot of grass, and look at that. It was sharp turn as well, not slow turn, and a bit of bounce. Good sign for spinner, especially with the brace.
Will not want to get too full to Pollard. Again, short down the leg side, taking his arms away.
With the brace's experience, he knows he's not gonna bowl with it in his zone, in his slot, because he's a big unit, strong boy. He can hit you just standing in his crease. Pollard.
Straight to the fielder, deep backward square. Pollard comfortable standing back. And the last wicket to fall was that of Tajinder. Smart replay was used, so no review. That review taken behind the scenes to save time, and the right result in terms of the decision made.
And finally some sanity, because that replay used to take about a couple of minutes away from the game. So smart replays are, the third umpire will have a look quickly and tell the umpire down there, okay, it's out or not out. You don't have to go up.
I recall the first match this season here at Dubai International Stadium was Noor Ahmed. Picked up 2 wickets for the Vipers. Salam Keel as well, 2 wickets for the Capitals, and both were economical. Similar styled bowlers like Shamsi.
Pollard was his left-arm wrist spinner in this year, 2025 runs, 128, strike rate of 220. Unbelievable stats. 15 sixes, and when he hit sixes, he hit them out of the park, not just over the rope. That's the power of this man.
At the moment, he's watchful. Something has to give. Last ball in the over. Maybe sliding down. Umpire unmoved. Asif Ali.
You can tell by the wicketkeeper he was down leg anyway. 11 overs gone, 61 for 4.
It's 3 from that over. Just a correction. It's Iqbal, the umpire, unmoved. Current run rate for my Emirates 5.5. That's way below par. So heavy pressure on Pooran's shoulder to change the fortunes of his franchise. We'll expect Tusara to bowl his remaining 2 overs, so to Matthew Ford. So those are 4 overs that Moeen Ali can rely on. Again, the wide line.
Yeah, 61 for 4. We are into 12th over.
That's a wide. We'll have to reboot. Now, we did mention that smart replay. We'll just explain that a little bit further. Leslie Reefer, good to see you. Myself and Wasim Akram in the commentary box. Can you explain to our viewers more details of that smart replay and why is it important?
Hi, Darren and Wasim. Yeah, the smart replay system is one which helps save a lot of time. Instead of the instead of the umpire coming upstairs to me, I can make that decision in the background with a background check. Which really enables the decision to be made in a much more efficient and speedy time. So it's a benefit to the game whereby the game saves time and I'm able to make the decision right here without the TV umpire having to signal.
And Leslie, you get the replay straight away and then you tell the umpires on the field. Am I right?
Yes, that's exactly the process. I've got 2 technicians here right next to me and they bring up the replays within 2 to 3 seconds, as fast as I've seen before, and it allows me then to make the decision quite quickly.
And maybe after this ball you can tell us if there's a review either by the fielding team or the batting team to that decision. What happens?
Well, yeah, if there's a player review with a batter or a fielder, I process it the same way as done before. But the split screen that I have here, it really enables me to move through the decision a lot faster than previously, because all the information is right in front of me to make that specific decision.
Brilliant. Great use of the technology and doing it efficiently. Thanks for your time, Leslie Reefer. Quick single. Direct hit was needed. Not achieved on that occasion.
As long as both these batters on the field, Pooran and Pollard, their team is under pressure right now. They're 61 for 4. And we all know these 2 can change the course of the game in a matter of 2 overs. Doesn't matter the average. They have every shot in their book. They're strong players. They can play both sides of the ground. Square, especially this Nicola Pooran, and Pollard, we know, he's just a power hitter. Brutal force, brute force.
Asif Khan not hitting the target. Let off. On into the pitch, taking pace off.
This is good bowling. Very good bowling. At this stage of the game, obviously you need a couple of variation against a set batter like Nicholas Pooran and a dangerous batter like Nicholas Pooran. That was very cleverly bowled by Ford. He's conceded 17 runs so far. 1 ball to go of his 3rd over.
I'm waiting to see if Nicholas Pooran gets on strike for the start of maybe another Shamsi over. That is a positive matchup for him as a left-hander hitting with the turn. Great delivery to back up his slow one. 12 overs gone, 64 for 4. Yeah, that's a no ball, so the cardinal sin from Matthew Ford. Not ideal after you've only conceded 4 runs in the over against Nicholas Pooran and Karen Pollard, so expect fireworks for this one. They're clearly going over the line, nothing behind That back edge. So free hit. Here's Ford. Tugged away. Won't find the boundary, but just a single. So 5 from the over. Ford gets away with that free hit. 66 for 4.
Well, they will want more than that 138. It's going at 9s. Talked not endlessly, but enough about the power that they possess. We haven't seen a lot of it just yet. Pollard quite getting going yet. 3 from 9, but he can his strike rate up. The DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam using the latest cutting edge camera work, giving us a unique vantage point on today's action. Like in the game we love, cricket, DP World uses technology to keep trade flowing around the world. There it is, first sign of some big boy power from KP.
Whoa. And for the first boundary in 29 balls, that is magnificent. Overpitched by Shamsi, punished by Pollard. He's going to have to drag his length back like he did in his first over. Pollard, who struggled against wrist spinners at a certain stage in his career. He's improved in the last couple of years, particularly against left arm wrist spin.
Goes again. This one was shorter, but it's just been flat batted down the ground into the second tier. Contender for the DP World Dispatch of the day. Sport and logistics. You need precision, adaptability, and that shot is a contender.
Well, he did what I asked. He dragged it down a little. There was a little bit of width. Pollard opened that front leg, left space for those arms to come through, those huge arms. And that flew 20 meters past that boundary. Shamsi under pressure.
Yeah, and when under pressure, you normally see a quicker one wrong in, wide of off stump. Goes full again, and 6 more. He mishits them out of the park. Here's Kieron Pollard. 3 in a row.
Make decisions based on what's best for your team. And Pollard's done that. His team needed some acceleration, needed to shift the pressure onto the Gulf Giants bowlers. And that is exactly what he's done there. Bat turned in his hand a little as he hit it, just closed the face. He's got so much power. Grounds just are not big enough for him.
At 5 in and over yesterday in Sharjah, Liam Livingstone off Pretorius, Dwayne Pretorius. Runs are plenty up the road in Pretoria, in Sharjah yesterday. Maybe this is the over that kickstarts this My Emirates innings. 3 in a row.
Incredible power. You've got to be so precise with your length. Otherwise you get handsomely punished. Pooran on strike.
.20 from the over, 86 for 4. reminder of match number 2 in Sharjah. Derby Night Riders, 233 for 4. Livingston, Rutherford, Alishan Sharafu, Hales, they all got off to flying starts, and Livingston continued on. 194 for 9 in reply. A valiant chase, but a long way short in the end. Adil Rashid. 4 overs, 2 for 31 in the context of that. Outstanding. Good wicket in place. Should get there, does.
But
Liam Livingston's show was part of it all. Down the ground powerfully. 3 there. This is all off the bowling of Pretorius. Banged into the surface, just goes downtown again, and that one big over long on. 33 off the over from Pretorius, most expensive ever in the history of DP World ILT20.
not often you see Dre Russ watching someone else pound the ball like that, is it? Looked like he enjoyed it too. Along for the ride this time. Anyway, change of tactics. Haider Razak has been brought back. A little bit of pace against Pooran and Pollard. Well, that side that Pooran's just pulled towards is the shorter side tonight. Only 60 meters square, 72 meters square on the other side. So Razak's going to have to be a little bit careful bowling the short ball at Pooran, but he's got a little more leeway to Pollard. Pollard hitting to the longer side when he's pulling or clipping off the legs.
Bowling using the extremities of the boundaries, saying, bowl into your hip, into your legs. Want to hit me in the air, leg side, good luck.
He's operated hammering the ball into the short of a length so far. Now Pooran on strike. It'll be interesting to see what he does. Pooran can hit you off both feet. Definitely got the power and the timing to clear that short boundary, regardless of the pace of the bowler.
And we can't afford to be too full here because Moeen Ali's up inside the circle. Pooran will go over long off. Yeah, looks to be a little clever. Couple of bounces and away for 4. And obviously had a little conversation about that very thing, I think, with Pollard between balls.
Well, the one thing Pooran knew was it's not going to be particularly full. You're right. He banked on a bowler hitting a heavier length. It's a good length ball, beautifully played. Wow, he watched that right onto the bat, didn't he? An exponent of that skill. Even though he's known for his power, that's a lovely touch.
That is massive. Second tier. Just picked it up so cleanly. Nicholas Pooran.
Well, the good length was flipped over short fine leg. Haider Razak pulled his length back a bit. Boundary is certainly not big enough, Pooran. Beautiful shot. Good technique too. Balling across the offside, making sure that he was getting that side of the ball. Get it over. Forward square leg. Ball's gone. The umpires are looking for another one.
No one in the top tier tonight, so it just dropped down in front of the seating that's covered up in the top tier of the stadium. So someone down below could sneak up the stairs. Little memento to take home with them. See, it hits the advertising, scribble down in front. Sit right there. .72 sixes, the most by any player, if you will. ILT20 for Nicholas Pooran. A little bit ahead of what we talked about in the previous stint, Andy, where I said maybe 100 with 5 to go and the power they've got. Well, they're one short of it with 6 to go. And the 100 exactly comes up. So 6 overs remaining, 100 for 4. Big difference, 20 and 14 off the last 2, so 34 all of a sudden. It's propelled my Emirates to a decent position. 2 set players at the crease now.
Well, Matthew Ford, the all-rounder, has been brought on. The 3 West Indies operating in these 3 key positions. West Indian all-rounder bowling at Pooran and Pollard.
Pace off into the surface from Ford. A bit of time in and around the West Indies white ball side recently. Series down in New Zealand. And hails from Barbados.
He usually tends to bowl 1 right at the death in T20 cricket. But he's been brought on early here by Mo Ali. Mo Ali recognising a very dangerous switch in momentum, and he's brought Ford back to try and halt things. The best way to halt things is to get one of these guys out. Those slower balls might be a good method of doing so.
Work at mid-off was hit quite hard. More of a divot there, Liam Dawson. I always tell the guys who play golf, replace their divots. And Pollard down on strike, shorter boundary, leg side. Straight is not a big hit for someone of Pollard's power. Pace off again, just takes him wide. Seen a couple of good catches early on in the tournament. On Thrasara earlier. Just gets the hand out, pops it up in the air. Wicket of Johnny Bairstow. Excellent reflex catch, intended for the Cycle Hub best catch of the season. And yourself a stylish and super cool bike. Brought to you by the Cycle Hub. Previous winners, Chris Jordan, Sam Billings. As I look to my man left of me, Sam Curran was in the mixer as well, Andy, after a good one the other night.
That was a good one, wasn't it? Left-handed, and he snatches that up in his right. And he's got the speed of thought to celebrate right in front of Gulbadin and show those biceps. Not quite the same definition as Gulbadin's himself.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the other winner, but it was 2 people actually early this season or early this year. Luke Wood and David Payne with a relay catch. And pretty sure the Cycle Hub were very, very generous and put up 2 bikes. There they are, Luke Wood, David Payne. It was a brilliant, I think it was brilliant bit of work by Luke Wood threw the ball back into David Payne. Payne didn't have to do much and got himself a $4,500 US bike.
Oh, jealousy in that voice.
Is it out to deep long on? Terrific over this. Matthew Ford, what a great finish to his spell. 4 overs, none for 24. Very economical. Good job. 15 gone, tap of the watch. We will have a strategic timeout.
It's time for the strategic timeout. Okay, goodbye. Body and last taking out to the
Five overs remaining, match number 3 of the DP World ILT20 for season 4, end of the strategic timeout. My Emirates, 2 players set, Pollard and Puran. Partnership 48 from 34. I think they need a minimum of 10 and over. Capabilities would say they could get 13, 14, 15, but somewhere around that 11 and a half and over, 160, 165, I think could be quite competitive with the bowling lineup that my Emirates have.
So Omazai bowling the 16th over. And interestingly, Tom Moores is on, taking the place of Gurbaz. And Shamsi is off the field now.
So change of keeper, which is interesting. Gurbaz a brilliant outfielder, though we've seen that in recent times. Shamsi, just 2 overs for him, none for 23. He's been substituted out, and Nottinghamshire keeper, opening batter. Short format cricket, Tom Moores. Oh, it's good. What a good start from Moores. He just tipped one past the bar.
Yeah, awkward take, wasn't it? Bounced just in front of him. Slower ball from Omazai. Slower ball bouncer. Puran looking quizzically at the umpire. Wow, he moved a long way across off stump, didn't he? Moore's had a lot of work to do. Just an awkward length bounce in front of him.
I think that the question being asked here is the right one, because it doesn't actually matter how far the batter moves. If the ball is wide of the outside wide line, it has to be called a wide. I think that was the argument that Pollard and Puran were just having for a moment with Wayne Knights. Ball is for 2. Puran coming. Easy. 50 partnership.
Excellent partnership considering the position they were in. 51 of 36 balls. Was that acceleration in that little, those 2 overs, one from Shamsi, one from Haider Raza. Went for 20 and 14. Actually, my Emirates have got themselves into a nice position now. Pace from Omazai.
Again, looking at square leg now. Sure, how high is that? And actually, again, it doesn't matter how far down the wicket Kieron Pollard comes. It's just a matter of would the ball have gone over his head in his standing position at the crease.
We know what Pollard thinks. Quite intimidating, isn't he, the way he operates?
Ball is for 2. They should get it again here. Just thinking about some of the power, not only here in this game, but throughout the tournament. Most sixes this year in the phase of 16 to 20 overs in T20 cricket. Romario Shepherd, 45. Rodman Powell, 45. Kieron Pollard, 45. Hetmeyer, 35. Russell, 33. All playing in this tournament, but you've got 2 of the big boppers. One out in the middle and one to come.
All from the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Pollard not using his power in this over, not yet. A little bit of intimidation towards the umpires perhaps, but not so much batting power. Just ticking that over, taking the odd 2, taking the odd single. They want to be there for those last 4.
Been a superb over from Omazai, just banging it into the surface. Some with pace on. What's he bowled? 3 deliveries with a bit of pace on, a couple with pace off. That has been crunched deep into mid wicket. Puran finds a maximum off the last ball. 4 to go, 117 for 4.
After 16 overs, 117 for 4, Emirates.
So 16 overs done, 117 for 4 at the moment. It hasn't really caught fire yet, this innings, but it could well do so from here. Pollard has just hit another maximum. He's got himself to a strike rate of 155. Partnership 60 off 40 balls between these 2 guys. They're both powerhouse batsmen, we know that. They've got 4 overs to launch from here. The average score batting first so far is 157. Getting very close to those 10,000 runs in T20 cricket. This correction, Kieron Pollard. Bottom edge. Because Puran, there's the 6 of the last ball, the last over. It's taken very close, those 10,000 runs. But that is now just 4 away from that magnificent total. Pollard on strike now. Thick outside edge, just going to run around to that vacant third. Nope. Slight little fumble. Couple of paces, and the big fella comes back.
So important when you're a bowler at this stage of the innings, bowling to Kieron Pollard, that you are clear in your mind as to what you want to achieve. Pollard's strength is, of course, to hit straight down the ground on leg side, so that line has to be slightly outside off. And if you're going full, nail your Yorker.
Pacing around a bit, Romario Shepherd. He's itching to get out there. Likes to, as Simon Dool was saying, hit the ball long, long way. Got great power as well, Romario Shepherd. Right now, Pollard and Pooran really want to make a statement here at the end of this innings. Look at the work that they've both been busy with. 64 off 42 at the moment. It was up to the 13th over, actually, before the first 6 was hit off to Bray Shams. He went for 2 more after that, so 3 in the over. And then Pooran, soon after that, belted one into the top tier of the stand. Then a flatter one as well.
One stage they were going at less than a run a ball. They finished the power play phase with a run rate of exactly 6, and then the next 9 overs with a rate of 7.6. So gradual increase in acceleration.
Still some work to do. Going over the top of extra cover. A bit of trot back for the second. Pollard back on strike again.
Importantly, not a boundary, so as a bowler, Sarah will know that that was a good delivery in the context of the innings. What he'll want to do is ensure that he doesn't concede a boundary. Couple runs, okay, as a result.
The economy at the moment, Tashara, is just over 5.5. It's been remarkable with a couple of wickets as well. That's made a nice crack to it. It's gone nice and high. And that's gone for 6. That's exactly what he didn't want it, but exactly what Pollard wanted.
And only just was Gurbaz attempting the catch, the relay catch. Stayed a long time in the air. Pollard had to fetch it from wide outside the off-stump. That's been the modus operandi from Tushara. But he's so powerful. Gets it over the line.
Strong forearms, wrists of steel. Couldn't quite get it back. Gurbaz. Punches that. Put down. That would have been handy. Naksanka diving forward, couldn't quite snaffle it.
That's a big miss. You look at this again, it went straight to Patun Nasanka, the Sri Lankan international. You expect that to be taken. Just going through the hands. Not a very powerful strike, you can say, but that's a big miss. Could cost them 20 or 25 runs.
3 more overs to go after this delivery. The width. Pooran is going to retain the strike. It's a big over, 14 runs from it, 17-9, 131 for 4.
Spoke about the chemistry between Kieron Pollard and Nicholas Pooran. Of course, they started with a mentor-mentee type relationship now. Nicholas Pooran in the prime of his T20 career, Pollard in his twilight. Both still complementary of each other. They often find a way to get results for their franchise, as we're seeing here.
It's also been quite amazing the year that Kieron Pollard's had as well. He's been quite remarkable with the bat. Scoring a truckload of runs. Partnership between these two, 74 off 46. Pooran going at 125 strike rate. He's the one that normally goes a lot higher than that. Pollard's at 176. So swapping roles, if you like, from that perspective. He's a big unit, Kieran Pollard. Reminds me of a story. You'll remember this, Darren, way back in 2008, I think it was, and doing a TV show, and I took Kieran Pollard to the Caribbean to face the #1 pitcher from Cuba. The idea was to film him to see if he could use a baseball bat and hit the Cuba pitcher out of the ground. The Cuba pitcher had just actually, I'll continue the story in a sec, after this ball to Paran. The Cuba pitcher had actually just pitched a game 2 or 3 games before, or days before I should say, so he was in a rest period, but he said, now I'll come up anyway. He couldn't speak English, so we had interpreters and everything, and he said he wanted to see how he went against someone of Kieran Pollard. He was a lot smaller than that, of course, in 2008. For the first 20 minutes, Pollard with a baseball bat could not land a bat on ball at all, and then suddenly it clicked, and he was pumping this pitcher out of the ground by some distance. Single, shot at the stumps. And then this pitcher, who was supposedly supposed to be resting, suddenly got a little bit aggressive. And he started pitching faster and faster. And the faster he pitched, the further the ball went off the baseball bat that was on the end of Kieran Pollard. At the finish, after they ended up going to chase all these baseball balls that he smacked all over the place for about half an hour, the interpreter came across and told us he'd just spoken to the pitcher and asked him what he was doing. He said, well, no, he got too excited. And he said, what speed do you think you were pitching at Kieran at the end? He said, about 90 miles per hour. He was hitting him very sweet then. It's running away, nice and fine. I think you'll agree with me, he was only just making a stand at his career at that stage.
At that stage, he was playing for my T20 team, so thank you very much for
Trinidad,
for grooming him to be such a striker. Thanks to that Cuban pitcher, because we've all seen his journey and what a powerful striker he has become in the T20 game.
Made a couple of shots to left field tonight. Oh, it's nicely bowled. Rushed at the last minute by Razak.
Right, Paran, 2 runs away from achieving 10,000 runs in T20 cricket. That's a landmark. And if he does it in this match, he will become the 2nd youngest to achieve such a feat. I'm sure you can guess the youngest. Baba Azam from Pakistan, the youngest player to get to 10,000 T20 runs.
It's a very good catch indeed. He doesn't get to those 10,000. Kabaz has got good hands, whether he's got gloves on or not. Disappointing for Paran on that record. Just checking to make sure maybe that was taken. He's no hurry to disappear. Looked pretty tidy from Kabaz to me. There's fingers underneath about it.
And Razak finally gets a wicket. He's bowled extremely well. And you have to appreciate the brilliance from Gurbaz. Kept majority of the game now. A boundary rider, just snapping that one before it touched the ground.
Yeah, it was really important, that catch, and was cleverly done by Gurbaz. I'll explain in a sec. Paran goes for 46, 135 for 5. Mario Shepherd now on strike. Well, it's nicely bowled first up from Razak, easing on the onside. He retains the strike as well. It's a top over, that one, 5 from it only, also a wicket. 136 for 5.
On debut, Haider Razak picking up his maiden T20 wicket. You'll remember that for a long time because it's a significant one. Nicholas Puran.
Now there's 5 minutes behind at the moment. 2 overs to go. Last over just going for 5. That was outstanding work from Razak. So there has been a penalty imposed due to the slow over rates. They've lost 1 boundary rider. Only 4 outside the circle at this stage, which does not make it easy for the bowler nor the captain, particularly when they've got the likes of Romario Shepherd and Pollard around the place. There's only 1 man on the leg side on the boundary, and he's very straight at long on. Tashara to start his final over, of course. He's going to have to bowl there to stay away from that leg side with the boundary rider missing. That's a wide first up.
This could be a long, long over. Nicholas Puran, not the most fluent innings from him. Struck at 117. Didn't quite find the power and timing.
I just want to talk about the way he took that. He took that extremely well, Gabaz, because the ball did not hit the turf at all. If that ball in diving and taking that catch scraped along the turf, that can sometimes be given not out. It's a low full toss. That's away down the third. That's vacant. And that's 4.
Not intentional, but welcome by my Emirates. Mario Shepherd was trying to unleash that strong bottom hand, tuck the ball leg side, play the probabilities. You did mention 3 deep fielders offside, just 1 leg side, so any batter will be thinking about that bias. Just find the gap onside with a little bit of power. You can secure a boundary.
It's changed now, it's 2 and 2. Nicely bowled by Tassara. One final look at that catch that was taken by Gabaz, and the way that it was taken, sometimes it can be interpreted if the ball touches the turf at all in that situation, even if the ball's under control by the fielder and the ball hits the turf for balance basically as he's falling and stopping. It's happened a couple of times in international cricket the last couple of years. Hasn't actually been given not out, which is why maybe Nicholas Puran was just sticking around for a while thinking that was perhaps the case. So it was cleverly taken, so there was no doubt whatsoever from Gabaz in that catch. 4 balls left in over number 19. Just chipped that one over the top, just a single. I think he might have broken a bat as well, the big fella.
Yeah, Tassara coming up with a very good delivery, nailing the Yorker, getting it in that slot where Pollard couldn't get under the delivery. So just 1-4 in the over.
Short ball that time, it's up in the air. Moores is the chaser. Going to come back for the second. Well, they've got to get boundaries. They need to push on a little bit still here. Emirates.
I just wonder if there was an opportunity for Kieron Pollard to stay on strike, given the fact that he's been out there for a long time. Romario Shepherd, with only 4 balls to his name. Oh, he got the power, but maybe there was some value in Pollard taking strike.
All right, Shepherd batting very deep in the crease, trying to get underneath these full deliveries from Tashara. It's beautifully bowled, right in the block hole. He squeezed it away, and he's picked up a boundary. Can't do much more than that. Tashara.
It's a good stroke in the circumstances because you can't overthink and get to that bias of tugging the ball leg side. But he's kept that offside option open. To his credit, Shepherd just getting it right, opening the blade at the last minute and finding the gap importantly.
Last ball over number 19. Low full toss. Got onto that, and that's gone flat for 6. It's a nice way to finish that over. Ends up being a big one. 19 from it, 155 for 5. He was going really nicely to show until the last 2 balls. Then one went for 4, squeezed back to the square on the offside. Then that's 6, the last ball. So add 10 to where it was means 19. That's expensive. No, number 19. $155 on the board for my Emirates. Would like to be a little bit heavier than that at this stage, so they can finish strong with this last over from Amazai.
Right, what's the feel? What's the thinking from the bowler? 3 fielders in that ring offside. There's a deep cover. Long on. He takes pace off. So again, 3 deep fielders in that leg side region. I just think it's about mind games. Marzai will try to shift his lines. Will also vary his pace to Pollard.
Look at the last delivery. It was dispatched for 6. Really important big boundary, that one from Romario Shepherd at that stage. They needed those runs right at the end of that over. Dot ball at the start of the 20th. 2 dot balls. Pollard not happy.
Into the swing too early. Ball just gripping a bit. Did mention that there's value in going into the pitch, taking pace off, using the cutters. Batters find it very difficult to gauge pace when you use that type of approach.
Terrific start from Amazai. 3 dot balls in a row. Outstanding work from Amazai.
This is magnificent. Really, really magnificent from Omar Azai. Nerves of steel, you can say, because he's bowling to one of the best or most destructive batters in the world. And he's bowled 3 dots in the final over of the innings.
Hopefully toes of steel as well. Last over yesterday went for 33 runs. 3 dot balls, the first 3 balls. And just 1, I think. No, they're going to look to come back for the second. Oh, he's slipped over. Skipper brings up his 50, comes back for the second. Good work from Kieron Pollard. It's his 6th 50 in the DP World ILT20 and his 67th 50 in T20 cricket, and the 200th time that he's captained a T20 game.
A very calculated innings from the big West Indian. You normally associate 6 hitting with Pollard. He struck 6 in this innings, but it's been very situational. That is his wealth of experience coming to the fore. He's really batted his team into safety, so to speak.
Let's crack that. Might be out. Yeah, is out. Catch is taken out there quite comfortably in the end. It's the end of a fine knock from the skipper. Really did that very well indeed, did Kieran Pollard. Took till over number 13 for the first 6 to be hit. Took a fine catch to get rid of him.
It's not his strong area. Through the offside, Sean Dixon, the substitute fielder, completing the catch. And in the innings, fine innings from the big man. Was put down on 43, so only 7 runs added. So Pollard goes with 1 delivery left in the innings, 157 for 6.
One ball left in this innings. Rashid Khan is going to face it, and he's hit that one right out of the middle. He says, what have you guys been doing, messing around out there? I'm going to face 1 ball and hit it for 6. Rashid Khan, welcome back. Great way to finish. 163 is where they are, and he's done that in style, the very last ball of the innings.
Well, he's such an exciting cricketer, whether it's with the ball or with the bat. He's got strong wrists. And that stayed hit. Just needed 1 delivery to finish the innings off in style. Just take that total to slightly above par. It's been a fine regard effort from the Lord of batting from my Emirates. Moeen Ali will feel pleased with the way they've gone about bowling generally.
Yeah, I think they will be feeling pretty comfortable about things. They'll be going to that change room fairly buoyed by that, because they know how dangerous that Emirates can be. I mentioned that actually at the toss at Moeen Ali. Could be another tight one between these two teams. They've had some tight ones over the years. The Giants and the Emirates. Moeen Ali is going to be playing a big role. No Vince. That injury he's got at the moment, he would make a big difference at the top if he was getting going, but not to be today. Hopefully in a couple of days' time he's going to be available. .163 for 6 off the 20 overs, a run rate at 8.15. Let's look at the batting card. Mazim missed out. Bairstow also. Banton, they were the first 3 to go. Paran played pretty well for his 46 off 39, but not the normal firepower we're used to from Nicholas Paran. Pollard took a little bit of time to get going, but then he started hitting some big ones from over number 13 of the innings. Got 3 sixes in 1 over from Debray's Shamsi. Shepherd was not there for very long, but he made some impact with those 18 runs off 6 balls, and just the 1 6 off 1 ball from Rashid to get to 163 for 6. Look at the partnerships. Got to go to Paran and Pollard to look at the first one of the impact, 78 off 51 deliveries. That's really good work between those two guys. I wonder how often we've seen those sort of stats for those two players and how they've turned it. Momentum of the game. Shepherd and Pollard 22 off 13.
I was very, very impressed with Haider Razak, UAE player on T20 debut. He was economical. He got the wicket of Nicholas Paran. The seamers doing the business for the Gulf Giants. Let's go down to Laura McGoldrick.
I have the new head coach of the Gulf Giants, Jonathan Trott, alongside me. And Jonathan, what did you make of that first innings?
Yeah, I thought it was a great start for us. Obviously 58 for 4 at the halfway point, and thought the way that Paran and Pollard played showed the experience but also their power at times. So it was a good effort from us, and we certainly would have taken that at the beginning.
So a new role for you here at the DP World's ILT20. What have you made of things so far? I know you're just getting things started tonight with the group, but you've had a build-up. You've come, you've seen the services. There's some great venues on offer here in the tournament. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's good to be involved. You've always seen it from afar before, so this year being the first year involved is very exciting, but I'd like you to ask me that question after the game and I'll be able to give you a better answer.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about how you go about this innings in the second.
Well, I think the pitch looked like it got a little bit better towards the end. It looked a bit slow at the beginning, so I'll be looking forward to getting back into the change room and chatting to the guys, finding out just how it may have changed, but looking and excited about how we go about these next 20 overs chasing down these runs.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to another interview with you midway through the season. Thank you
that'll
very
be
much.
good. Cheers.
So the Golf Giants batting coming up. That is their target. They need 164. Could be another tight one. The chase coming up after the break. Welcome back. We're at the halfway mark of match number 3 in season 4. As you look at the card for my Emirates, top 3 batsmen there missed out. Paran got going but didn't get to 50, unfortunately for him, or 10,000 runs. And Pollard played well for his 50 off 33. He was the more aggressive of them. Shepherd didn't waste any time when he arrived in the middle, and Rashid just the one delivery, and he belted that for 6. to get them to 163 for 6. Look at the bowling card. Tashara is really good until the last couple of balls that he bowled actually ended up being a little bit on the expensive side. Ford was very tidy, 4 overs, none for 24, 2 for 32 for Marzai. Shamsi started off for the first over, went for 3 and then got 20 off the next over. We didn't see him again. Moeen Ali was very good with just a couple of overs, 1 for 13, and Razak 1 for 28. Looked tidy and really good work from most of the bowlers actually. Right, some highlights. It's going to be a highlights package really of 2 halves because this is wickets right at the top. Caught and bowled Tashara, leading edge, friendly full toss, drilled for 4. Then it wasn't long before another wicket went down. This time was Marzai who was into the attack and picked up the second wicket. Tashara was in the game again with a brilliant caught and bowled. That was Bairstow that time. So there's 2 for not many for him at that stage. Now 3 for 30 inside 5 overs. Yeah! So it needed a bit of recovery, but not to be. Moeen Ali brought himself into the attack, stumping. And this is where Kieron Pollard and also Nicholas Pooran decided some fun. Pollard in particular decided to take on Shamsi and belted him for those 3 sixes in the 1 over, which certainly put him on the back foot, that's for sure. But Nicholas Pooran looked to be playing nice and aggressively, and as we normally see him, it didn't quite kick in.
It was a partnership that started as a recovery type, calculated partnership, and then it turned into one of aggression and thirst for run scoring. Pooran eventually dismissed. Not as fluent as we've seen from him, but that meant that Romario Shepherd had a chance to impose himself. Pollard along the way got to his half century, his 6th in the DP World ILT20. It was Rashid Khan, indomitable, finishing the innings off in style with a maximum.
That is the target. The Golf Giants, 164 is what they need, and they've had some very close games, these 2 teams, over the last couple of years of this tournament. So I wouldn't go too far away because I think that could be very much on the cards again in match number 3. Now, before we do go any further, going to have a bit of fun with Kieron Pollard.
Kieron Pollard, welcome to This or That. Weights or treadmill?
Weights.
Instagram or Snapchat?
Instagram.
Calling or messaging?
Calling.
Sleep in or wake up early?
Depends, man. I'm both.
Score a century or take a 5-4?
Take a 5-4.
Tendulkar or Lara?
Brian Lara.
Spicy or mild?
Non-spicy.
Dogs or cats?
None of the above.
No! What then?
Fish.
Cake or ice cream?
Ice cream.
Sing or dance?
Listen and watch.
Money or love?
Put them together.
Spend 3 months with the family or win another T20 trophy?
Dun, 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 dun. At this age, I'll take the 3 months with the family.
Bravo!
With a lot of the players involved in the DP World ILT20. 4th season of this tournament, 3 games in. Emirates stuttered and stammered a little bit along their way to 163. Very high quality bowling attack they've got, so they'll be thinking they can defend it. Tomorrow, well, we saw Abu Dhabi Knight Riders absolutely superb in Sharjah last evening. They're up against the side who won their first game as well in the Desert Vipers. That one coming up for you Friday night under lights from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. The Vipers and the Knight Riders. 2 winning teams from night 1 and night 2 and head to head in match number 4. 163 for 6 at the end of their 20 overs. Andy Flower in alongside me. Is that 13 more than what we saw in game number 1, which was chased down, but towards the end it wasn't overly comfortable for the Vipers. My Emirates with a chance?
With that bowling attack, Dooley, yes, I think they've definitely got a chance. They have got two outstanding spinners in Rashid Khan and Ghazanfar, the Afghani finger spinner. And then they've got a little bit of pace and left arm in Rohit. Fazal Haq Farooqi will be coming in, no doubt, into the attack. Chris Wokes with all his experience. And Romario Shepherd to back them up as a fourth seamer. That is a very good attack, and they will be very well led by the man who scored 50 runs off 33 balls, Kieran Pollard. So, Gulf Giants will have their work cut out for them, no doubt.
Now, what will be interesting for me is where they go with that new ball. First couple of overs, because you think probably Chris Wokes' wheelhouse is that swing and the new ball, but Farooqi and Rohit both very adept at using that as well. So you got three blokes vying for two spots.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, won't it? Hatum Nisanka opening the batting for Gulf Giants. Beautiful stroke maker from Sri Lanka. Looking forward to watching him bat. He's played in the ILT20 before. His first match. And Ramanullah Gurbaz. Very exciting batter, opening the batting for Afghanistan for a number of years, and face you see on in a lot of franchise tournaments. So yes, who is going to take the new ball? Farooqi, Rohit, perhaps Wokes. They're all vying for that new ball. Wokes with his swings it both ways actually, as does Farooqi. Rohit more an in-swinger to right-handers. But it looks like it's going to be Chris Wokes from this pavilion end. On with the experience of the England international.
Yeah, I like it. Set the tone. There's Gurbaz's numbers. Strike rate best of 121 over a long career. Retired from international cricket over the summer in the UK. Some franchise opportunities, a few more franchise opportunities for him. Johnny Bairstow is out. Fazal Farooqi is in. A deep backwards square. He's just been moved a little more behind. And a deep third. I like the fact they got a slip in place as well. Looking for a little bit of early swing. You pick up the outside edge. Oh, shaped to go away and nipped back in through the gate.
Not many can play that. Wokes known for his outswing. And that has shaped to go away and jagged back. I don't think many people would have got a blade on that ball. And luckily there was a bit of bounce there from his high release point. Great start from Wokes and my Emirates.
Just over the top of backward point. Yeah, Mohammad Wasim in at first slip. Two right-handers, then a packed offside field. Fairly orthodox, I would say, for early stages of a T20.
Very orthodox, yes. Mohammad Wasim, good catcher, good hands. He's in at slip next to Pooran, the keeper. And a slight adjustment for Gurbaz on strike now. Third man has come up into the circle. Call that a catching position in T20 cricket. And backward point has gone back towards the boundary. One of the things that offers the batsman is anything that runs off that blade into the offside, anywhere near point, offers an easy turnover of strike. But it does, that man at the wider third man position does provide some protection for the cut shot or the square drive. Gurbaz on strike.
for the in-swinger. Gurbaz was advancing.
Yeah, that's one of Gurbaz's methods of putting the bowler under pressure. He likes running down that pitch at quick bowlers. Wokes spooked a little, fired it down the leg side.
That short third at the moment, you don't want to see is him get beaten on his left. Just needs to be a little bit finer with the protection to his right.
Best match bowling from Chris Wokes. Outswing on a good length.
I just think there's enough in the surface to say if you hit that line or length early on, will be a little bit there. You can't get floaty and look to float it up and swing it. Enough on offer. High and launched into the leg side and big enough as well. First maximum of the innings goes to Ramanullah Gurbaz.
Wow, what a shot from Gurbaz. Wokes looking for outswing. The ball didn't swing at all. Kept on leg stump line, and Gurbaz launched into it. Just wanted to get up and under, and that's the short side. So you don't even need to hit it fully in the screws to clear that boundary.
Up, straight up. Who wants it? Is that Banton? Tom Banton, I think it is, yeah. Safe hands. And Wokes, after going for a 6, gets payback.
Well, Gurbaz trying to impose himself on Wokes, firstly with a leg side hit. This time he came down the track, he used his feet to try to hit Wokes back over his head. That heavy length, perhaps a little bit of movement from Wokes, produced a thick leading outside edge. And Banton with those big hands, keeper, he's got good hands. He's in the outfield this time. And Wokes has got his man. Excellent piece of bowling. He kept his nerve. He kept Gurbaz under pressure. Gurbaz has gone for 6. Giants are 8 for 1.
Gerard Erasmus. Another slip has gone in now. It's been a golf Giants man from the inception, has Erasmus. Nice and tight from Wokes to finish. Wicket in the first over, 8 for 1. Well, Corin Pollard off the field, and Kenjige, USA left armour, a terrific fielder. He's on as a substitute or a replacement, sorry, at the moment, fielding replacement. Might be back on, so maybe someone else has gone off. Mohamed Rohid clipped away. First ball of Mohamed Rohid's over, and that'll race away for 4. A little bit of shape back in, just clipped away. Direction Pollard is still off. So. Without their captain, Nicholas Puran has taken over the captaincy reins at the moment. Well, the 1x power play is on. Crucial time for both teams. Early advantage gained, maybe, by My Emirates with that catch.
Good catch by Banton. Usually got the big gloves on. Garbaz has thrown that opportunity away. Put these Gulf Giants under a little bit of pressure. He looks hurt still, doesn't he? Written all over his face. Rohit now. This will be a good test for Gerard Erasmus. Plays for Namibia, captained them for a number of years now. Excellent captain, good thinker on the game. Brilliant field. He's a good all-round cricketer actually. Bats a bit, he bowls a little bit of off-spin. Certainly in white ball cricket he does. He's even kept wicket for Gulf Giants. Took a couple of very important catches in that first season when Gulf Giants won.
Great for Namibia too that they're getting so much cricket over the next few years. Under-19 World Cup be hosted in early 2026 in Namibia. They get some games in the 50-over World Cup. They'll be co-hosted by South Africa, Namibia and Zimbabwe in 27. So they've done a lot of great work there in and around cricket grounds and starting to get rewarded as well. It's terrific. Can't wait to go to Windhoek. Some of their special water.
Of the same name, yes, indeed. Little bit of in-swing from Rohit, gets the inside edge.
Just one of those things early on in the season, and there's a lot of grass around. You're better off running up and down the side of the actual surface that you're playing on. Get a little bit more grip. Pretty good from Rohit to start. 2 gone, 16 for 1. Pollard is back. Take over the captaincy duties. Good line, good length from Wokes. See it, often see this from Ramanullah Gurbaz. He's got the ability to play all sorts of shots. A little bit of room there, but he's nice and still when he hits that ball, even though it's slightly toe end of the bat. He's nice and still, his eyes are on the ball. There, he just lost his shape a little bit.
And he got so ahead of the ball, didn't he? He was so anxious to get at the ball and get it back over Wokes' head that he hit it way out in front of him.
Another one for Wokes. Little under edge from Erasmus. And early breakthroughs, much like My Emirates had in their batting innings. They've now got a couple early ones with the ball.
Well, we saw a dismissal exactly like that. Second wicket in the test match this morning over in the Gabba. A little cut shot, not full of conviction, and an inside edge back onto the stumps. Erasmus gone. The swing bowling of Wokes has produced 2 important wickets for My Emirates. Erasmus gone for 1, 16 for 2.
Captain Mo in Ali. Crease, he was in sublime form down in Abu Dhabi for T10. Hitting the ball as cleanly as I've seen him hit it for a long time. I hope I haven't put the mockers on him. These two great mates, Mo in Ali and Chris Woakes.
Both played for Warwickshire for many years. This is the wicket. A little bit of shape away, but it came back a little off the seam again, didn't it? Erasmus looking for that width, thinking he was going to get the width from the swing, but it bounced and came back just enough to take that inside edge.
A little edgy, but finds a gap for a couple.
Well, Woakes looking for the outswinger to Mo Ali. He knows his batting really well. This is the cut shot. And he didn't get the width that he thought he might get. And he's paid the price. Woakes ecstatic.
.113 runs, an average of 30 last year for Erasmus. On early tonight. Bit of swing and timing from Mo in Ali. I think the ball might win that chase with Kieron Pollard. It does.
Wow, he does look in good nick, doesn't he? Come off a very successful personal tournament for him down in Abu Dhabi. He's striking the ball beautifully. He's just nudged her or straight down the ground.
Yeah, number 61, big ticket 4 of the tournament so far. Play big, dream bigger. Too wide down leg, Puran does well.
Woakes trying to surprise Mo Ali with the in-swinger. Just didn't start it quite on the right line. But this is what he was known for, swinging the ball both ways. In fact, in his early days, Chris Woakes used to be a prodigious swinger of the ball. I think in his effort to up his pace to play international cricket, he lost a little bit of that swing.
Just got past Puran a little bit. It'll only be one by. Slightly awkward, couple of bounces prior to getting to him.
Stayed a bit low, didn't it? Just took a little knock on the hand. Awkward those, especially on a thick outfield. Lush grass here. Bit of a cross seamer. And bounced awkwardly. I sympathise.
And just swung a little bit as well. Came up, hit the thumb. Last ball of the Woakes over. Pitches it off the back foot. Can't get it past point. 3 gone. 25 for 2. Steadily along at tick over 8 for the first 3. About the required rate, just a little bit over 8.3. 1 over for Mohammad Rohit, 1 for 8 for him, and it'll be Fazalak Faruqi. Feeling that Rohit might change around and bowl from our commentary end, maybe where Chris Woakes has been operating. like the aggressive nature from Pollard. The bowler still keeping the slip in place.
Well, Farooqi was the highest wicket taker in last year's ILT20, 21 wickets. Good performer. Not too dissimilar to Rohit, who bowled the first over from that end. Similar height, left arm swing. The additional skill Farooqi has is he can swing it both ways. Rohit's more of an in-swinger to right-handers. Farooqi can go both ways.
Wouldn't have troubled you, Andy. 20 wickets of those 21 were against right-handers last year. Only got one lefty out. It was David Willey.
Well, Moeen Ali needs to stay on strike then, doesn't he?
Start this from Farooqi. For a little bit of swing, then just going back into the surface. Jalwa Dikau in the umpire contest for you, who led My Emirates in their first match of season 3. Was Puran, Spiceman Andre Fletcher, Karen Pollard, or Tom Banton. Prizes up for grabs, plenty of them, great ones as well. Read the T's and C's and get involved. Timing there.
Well, Pollard working closely with Farooqi. They spent last season working together. Pollard expects good things from Farooqi, pushes him quite hard, demands high standards of his players.
But this time still can't get it through. 5 dots so far in the over.
Well, that should have been punished, shouldn't it? Short and wide, which is right into Moeen Ali's strength. Beautiful driver of the ball. Any width actually usually goes over that infield. Fairly watchful, given how much the ball's swinging in these early overs.
Maiden over, brilliant from Farooqi. 4 done. It is 25 for 2.
Top maiden that. His first maiden in ILT20 cricket. Farooqi has been absolutely magnificent in the last 2 years. Picking up wickets. Economy rate's been very tight. Doing everything his captain could want. It has been superb. And Andy Flower was talking about the fact he swings it both ways. He swings it late, considerable distances both ways. Chris Wokes now looking to pick that one up just over the top. Hello, Was.
Hello, Mikey. Good evening, everyone. I just got off from a Hindi commentary, Urdu commentary. Let me get the hang of English now. Moeen is on 6. Nishanka is on 9 of 8. Giants under pressure a bit. It's 26 for 2. It's kind of not an easy wicket to bat on. It's actually moving and seaming around if you bowl at the right lengths.
Had a chat with, or Laura had a chat with Jonathan Trott, who was at the halfway mark. He was anxious to get back to have a chat to his guys in the change room to find out what the feeling is about the track and how they must go about it, because he thought there might be something going on there which was not totally apparent. But yeah, we haven't seen the guys game break as they normally do in this format.
Started really well. He hit a 6 and then second shot was unnecessary, especially on this kind of pitch, especially against bowler like him. He's so experienced, Chris Folks, and he just hits the seam back of a length every time he bowls, and this is the ideal wicket for him to bowl on.
I think Gabaz is too good a player to do that. I've seen him do it so often. He's too good a player. He's a real match winner.
This year he's got 943 runs, averaging just over 24 and with 5 50s. I'm all with stats tonight.
Bit short, a little bit wide, and that's nicely played. Got that away. It's going to hit that advertising triangle. They needed that from the Sanka.
First boundary on 11 deliveries. That will definitely ease off the pressure from Giants. Let's have a look at that shot. Nishanka. Oh, waited for it. Waited, didn't middle it, but played it into the gap. Much needed boundary for their team and for their confidence, individual confidence.
Last T20 in Dubai was against India. Got 107 off 58 in the Asia Cup in September. It was a magnificent knock. Pick that up as well, and that's going to go for another boundary. Yep. Back-to-back boundaries. He's away now, I think, Nissanka. He likes to play shots. Once he gets going, he doesn't stop.
Good over for Giants, 10 runs from it, 2 balls to go, and that will definitely ease a little pressure on these batters. Required run rate is just under 8.5. Short delivery, there was no backup fielder there. He was there but in front of square, and he played that shot beautifully behind the square.
So 10 off the over, 2 balls left in it. Got that through the gap also. Again, the chase is on. Going to find, oh, Mike with an assist, find it all the way. If these guys collide and knock it over the rope, might have been a different story. That's messy, boys.
"13 runs from the over." Let's have a look at the effort. Rashid was winning that race right in the end. He dived, so did Benton. They missed each other by a whisker there, and then they laughed as well. That's always a good sign. It means they're enjoying out there, Mikey.
See Khan just loosening up that back a little bit with a somersault. So 13 off the over. So this one's been a bit on the expensive side for Wokes. Has been really good up until this, picking up the first 2 wickets. Silky smooth. Moeen Ali gets a single, retain the strike, 14 from it, 39 for 2. Just looking at those worms, there's a little bit of a game break going on. Only 2 wickets going down at this stage for the Giants. Emirates had lost 3 for 30. And the Giants only 2, and they're 9 runs ahead at this stage. So a little bit of game break. Faruqi again. From that maiden over before from him. And that's been smacked right out of the middle, and that's gone for 6. What a fine shot that is.
What a shot from Moeen Ali. He took his time. He's on 14 of 12, and he just was waiting for that delivery. It was little short. I think it was shorter than 8-meter length. We talk about 600, and picked up beautifully. That's actually his shot. Went to the second tier. Big shot, big hit. Middled it beautifully.
Quite effortless from Moeen Ali. Deeply well dispatched today, that one. Sport and logistics need precision and adaptability. That shot from Moeen Ali, a contender for the DP World Dispatch of the day for its precision and adaptability.
I think mindset is also changed. In our times, Mikey, if umpires had to change the ball, the bowlers used to get really upset. Now it's very normal. Ball goes in the second tier, get a new ball, let's move, get on with it.
It's taken the air out of that maiden a little bit. First ball disappearing into the stand. Tight line, you can't do too much of that. O'Malley onto his toes, he's just controlled it, scampered through for one.
So far so good, good recovery, mini recovery by Girl Giants. This partnership is now what, 30 of 20 between these two. And required run rate is just over 8, so yeah. When you're chasing a total like 160, 163 or 165, especially on pitch like this, what you don't want to do is lose 4 wickets, 14 for 6.
Yeah, right now they need a partnership, don't they? It's building at this stage, 30 off 20. Sanka's doing most of that scoring. He's got underneath that one, and it's going to be safe. Banton tidies up.
He's on 20 now of 11, 21 of 12, Nishanka. I hit about 3 boundaries, but he hasn't middled any ball yet. It was again extra bounce. That's hence the ball hitting on top of the bat, on the sticker actually.
Oh, that's so sweet. That is really nicely played. There's very few players who can play that sort of shot. That is quite exceptional for 6.
Spot on. It's not an easy shot to play, especially against the likes of Farooqi, who's a wicket taker, who's got a bit of pace. The wicket is also assisting him. Let's have a look again. It was kind of Scrabble seam. Look at this. Seam picked it up beautifully towards the mid-on. That was his second 6. Moeen Ali is 21 now of 24. Such an elegant player.
It really is. Almost the very top of the bounce. Superb shot. 2 6s in this over. Full of that time from Farooqi. I think he might have learnt his lesson in bowling to Moeen Ali. But the 2 6s have been pumped in this over. Anything slightly short, he's going to pounce all over. There's the first one into that top tier, and that's the second. That's just remarkable, that shot. Superb.
It wasn't a bad delivery. It was slightly, ever little short, say about 3-4 inches maybe, but he picked it up beautifully.
Look to go again with that short delivery. I think it's probably only going to be the one. It's going to end up being an over with 15, which is ideal at this stage. Into the power play, 54 for 2. After the 1x bat power play is done, Giants 54 for 2, Emirates worth 36 for 3. So here's a little gap here for the Golf Giants.
It's a good start by Giants. They lost 2 wickets, but 54 now, required run rate under 8. So yeah, if they don't play any, silly shots, they can win this game. It's early days in the game. Still 14 overs to go, and the main man is here, Rashid Khan.
He was only added to the squad yesterday, actually, and suddenly rushed here. Saw him warming up when I arrived at the ground early today and looked like he was getting ready to play. There's a look at his numbers. They're quite extraordinary.
And I think he lives in Dubai, just up the road.
So got a rush. In the rush hour traffic. Slightly shorter.
I tend to don't leave the hotel when I'm in Dubai because we've seen the traffic, especially at peak hours. I mean, anywhere in the world there's traffic during the peak hours.
A little bit leg side, still scampering through for one. That's good understanding, good calling from Nasanka. Get down the other end. Clever stuff. There's that wrong-un. It was just a matter of time before he started bowling that. Bowls pretty quickly. The arm action is quick. It's hard to pick from the wrist if you haven't seen him face him any duration of time previously.
Wicket taker. I think that looked like a googly to me. Yes, it was a googly. It's difficult to read because he's got a quick arm action. That's why he's so successful in the mid overs in this format, or I suppose in one day and test cricket as well. Rashid Khan, amazing talent.
Precise also with the grips that he has for his various deliveries, so that you don't get used to seeing the seam coming down in a certain way with his wrong and his googies.
Usually, Mikey, you read a spinner from the wrist, from the hand, not when he releases the ball. It's too late by then.
Should be too late by then. Story about fine batsmen that I've spent a lot of time working with in South Africa after the start of the next over. It's another one. Inside edge. Thinking of coming back for the second. He's pretty quick. And he does get back. That's good running. 7 off the over. 61 for 2. So the Giants' run rate is 8.71 at the moment, so that required rate is very capable at under 8. So they've got their stats right at this stage. The Giants also just 2 wickets down right now as well. Kazan for now into the attack. Just a youngster.
But look at his record. Another mystery bowler from Afghanistan. 62 wickets, average under 20. That's a big deal. Very talented cricketer, absolutely.
It's a good variety. First one straight out the front of the hand. There's a shot from our DP World Smart Truck buggy cam. To show you where that shot came from as well, so you can get full identification of that DP World Smart Truck buggy cam. There it is, using the latest cutting edge camera work to give us a unique vantage point on today's action. And just like cricket, DP World, of course, got to use technology to keep trade flowing around the globe. Nice to see that truck. The cam working beautifully. Direct hit. I think he's safely home. Celebration out in the middle. They look pretty excited, actually. Oh, it's gone. I thought he was home. Direct hit. That's outstanding work.
Let's have a look. Rajinder is the fielder there. Oh, he just item deviated a bit. Instead of going straight, he just moved out of the way, and that split second have made a big decision. Come on, guys. Man, what a throw.
That's outstanding fielding, it really is. He had to dart away a little bit and also had to plant the bat, went over the line. So he's run out, Jatinder, terrific stuff. Moeen Ali goes for 26, he played so well, 63 for 3. As you know, something we're doing in the DP World ILT20 is using the smarts replays, and that's exactly what was used then. It was given out, the fee went up without any evidence on the camera screen of the dismissal. That's because they've got monitors in the third umpire room, and they saw that quick enough and was relayed straight to the boys in the middle and given out very quickly.
Replay goes straight away within 2 seconds to the third umpire in the umpire room, and he relays to the umpire on the field.
It's a really good system. It's nice to see.
Finally, sanity prevailed.
So here's a look at the smart replay. So that the umpire sees. So he's in the TV room. Umpire Reefer it is, so he could see straight away that it was out. Leslie Reefer then informed the umpire in the middle that it was out without having to look at any further replays at this stage, so we can make a call straight away and then show the replay afterwards. So the smart replay system is working really nicely.
Apparently 2 technicians are sitting, operators are sitting in the third umpire room to assist him with technology.
One more look at that run out, direct hit, it needed to be. It's a really quick pick up and throw. Moeen Ali had to dart around to the last minute, and then the bat goes down pretty much on the line. But I think it was too late anyway, because he had to dart around the bowler, who didn't move, which was the right thing to do. It's going to be a little bit of a tease, but a fancy footwork from Chris Wokes. They might think about coming back for another one. The wicket with that run out and 6 off the over. 67 for 3, 8 overs done.
Rashid for his second. A little bit of room, a little bit of width. Nomar Zai picks up a couple. Maybe 3 now. Very good running. What you often see from Rashid Khan to right-handers is, of course, finishing the ball on the stumps. He has been on target. Of course, only into his second over. Don't generally get any half volleys from Rashid Khan. He owns short of a good length and that good length area. Big outside edge beats short third. More runs. Simon Dool, good start for the Giants in this chase.
Yeah, this is the period of play though, isn't it? When you think maybe 4 through the middle, or 3 at least from Rashid and Gazanfa. This is where my Emirates will look to just hold things back a little bit. They need to push that required rate up to the 9s and 10s if they can through the next 3-4 overs. A wicket in that time as well, or just set them back a little more.
Sounded good. That's smoked for 6. The Sanka gets going.
Well, he's just erred on the full side here, Rashid. Just a little bit fuller than the length he's been operating on so far. Looking for that wrong and coming back in. The Sanka's picked it beautifully. Swats it away over a wideish long on / mid wicket.
He's grown in starting in the T20 game, Patum Nissanka. I saw him when he scored his maiden Test match century against the West Indies in Antigua. Since 2023, he's taken his T20 average from the 20s into the 30s, lifted the strike rate as well. Short again from Rashid Khan. And some bowlers underestimate how short he is in stature, so there is need to make that adjustment in length because he stands back a lot. He doesn't really have a trigger, so he don't commit himself onto the front foot. Can pick length nicely, ping the ball. Let's see, he's striking at 150 in T20 internationals.
Something just coming off the ball a little bit here. Yeah, just a few running repairs just to clip maybe a little bit of the seam that's come loose. Good over though from a Giants point of view.
$14 from the over. Expensive one from Rashid Khan. My Emirates will need to stop this hemorrhage. Maybe this strategic timeout will help. Winding down this strategic timeout. 81 for 3. Gulf Giants in the chase. They need 83 from 66. Number 5 of the 6 wickets to fall from My Emirates went to Seamers. Samandul. Seamer yourself. What would have been discussed in that strategic timeout by My Emirates and more so for the Seamers?
Yeah, I think when they come back, pace off slower balls, which seem to work well for Omarzai, particularly towards the back end of the innings. Using the big square boundary when you're bowling from the end that Gazanfa's bowling from at the moment, not getting too full. Eased away nicely, but good protection back there. I think they need the spinners to pick up a wicket or two. But Kieron Pollard doesn't let things drift, as you know him so well. He doesn't let things drift. He'll be talking exactly what we need to do. We need to be on this. Game is still on.
Much better length. That's the one thing that the Gulf Giants have done well too in this chase, is that rotation of strike. They've valued singles just as high as boundaries. Autumn Nissanka and Moeen Ali did it quite well for their partnership of 47, and now we're seeing a similar approach with Omarzai.
And you feel, I know Omarzai is a very good player, but the wicket of Nissanka in the next over and a half, 2 overs could be a real key from my Emirates point of view. If he bats another 4, 5, 6 overs, you think the Giants should get this done.
Also shows the importance of a top 3 batter batting deep in the innings. Didn't see that from my Emirates. Both openers dismissed cheaply.
Yeah, I talked about it at the pitch report, and every game I've seen here over the last 4, 5, 6 years, where it be T20, 50 over cricket, on the surface is very similar. You've got to get through the power play. You can increase that run rate towards the back end of the innings with wickets in hand, but you cannot afford to be 3 down inside a power play.
Very watchful, managing risks properly. These two out in the middle after 10, 86 for 3. My Emirates will have to come up with some strategy to prize a wicket. More importantly, get the wicket of Nissanka, get deeper into this Gulf Giants batting lineup. At the moment, they're cruising. Rowan returns, bowling over in that power play phase. Usually in a T20 game, you can also be informed from what transpired in the first half, and when you look at the seamers, how they operated, more so Matthew Ford, Razak, they bowled majority of their deliveries in that good length band, something we haven't seen generally from the seamers in this My Emirates side. More so Fazal Haq Farooqi, who's a real trump card for Kieron Pollard. He hasn't started well.
Yeah, and it was highlighted again in the work that Hawkeye did prior to today's game. Last season in the power play, 18 wickets fell in that good length area. Just bowling the ball into the surface, allowing the surface to do the work for you. Farooqi got too short. As soon as you get short with pace on, it just sits up a little bit. If you're going short with pace off and bowling the slower balls, it can be tough to get a hold of. But if you go short with pace on, it just sits there. Outside of those 18 wickets in the power play on a good length last season, there was also another 5 that were just slightly fuller of a good length. So I think you know, in that 22-23 range between the 5 and 8 metres.
Granted, it's the first match of the season for these two sides, so some players will still be finding their feet, trying to understand conditions here in Dubai. The fumble allows for a second, so body language, the efficiency in the out cricket, not so good for my Emirates.
No, got to do better than that, Mohamed Wasim. Should have just been one. He might have just taken his eye off the ball. Yeah, I mean, that's just...
Tugged. And goes all the way for 6, so 50 comes up for Patun Nissanka. He's looked assured, in full control of this chase. And again, he dominates with the bat.
Yeah, for a small man in stature, he packs a powerful punch. It's a wonderful shot. It's been a really good over up until that point. He shouldn't have even been on strike. These are the little things that cost you games. Mohamed Wasim, misfield, gets him back on strike. He shouldn't even be there. Pollard can't get there. He won't get there. It might plug a little bit. It'll only be a couple. Ends up being a good over for the Giants, 98 for 3.
A 47-run partnership between the skipper Moeen Ali and Patun Nissanka just set things up nicely for the equation. Moving into 66 required from 54. There's another nice partnership brewing. 35 between these two outs in the middle. Nicely played. In the gap, one bounce for 4. 100 comes up for the Giants.
This is wonderful striking. These two know each other very well. Many years of international cricket together. Razai is a really good all-rounder. Bowled beautifully for the most part tonight. Rashid collared him last ball of the innings, didn't he, for 6? He'd like to get a little bit of payback here.
The players from Afghanistan spending a lot of time alongside each other, playing in the same dressing room. He goes again, even better. That's 6. That's powerful from Omar Zai.
The quality of this ball striking and the placement. It's Rashid Khan hitting with the turn. Just head down and just beautiful follow through. Magnificent striking.
Just haven't found his length and lines. Rashid Khan, too wide on occasions, too full at times.
He was just sitting back relaxing, wasn't he, in his penthouse apartment down on the Palm. Thinking, I've just got to go to South Africa on the 20th and play some cricket. Jordan Thompson gets injured, all of a sudden he's here getting belted about the park. 51 partnership off 25, and Rashid's gone for 16 in this over.
Making batting look quite easy. These two, Marzai advancing, using the vertical bat, committing to the stroke. There was that flourish in the end, just to get the velocity and power. That sounded very, very good. Sizzling stroke once more from Marzai. Third six of the over, and guess who's the bowler? Rashid Khan.
Watch out in the beanbags. Might be the best. I think the 1 over extra cover was superb. Might be up there with it. Got all of that. Yeah, you get a sore neck if you keep bowling like that, Rashid.
.30 from 11. That is what Omar Azai has accumulated in a short time out in the middle. Expensive over, 23 coming from it after 12, 121 for 3.
So 43 now from 48. This is a terrific knock from Marzai at the moment. 31 off 12 balls. Strike rate of 258. Brilliant work from him. He picked up 2 for 32 as well with the ball. Picked up the first important wickets as well. He's looking to try and finish this in a little bit of a hurry. His good mate has been brought back into the attack now. Faruqi. Andy.
Evening, Hazy. Wow, that was some stroke play, wasn't it? 23 off that over from Rashid Khan.
Here's Faruqi. Chipping that away just for the 1.
Well, this is the last over from Rashid Khan. Absolute superstar on the franchise world. But his teammate, Omarzai, clattered him. Obviously does this to him in the nets, perhaps. And he looks nonplussed. And not too pleased, understandably.
Extraordinary hitting, really is. Asanka back on strike on 53. He's moving across. Trying to work on the onside. Can't get that away.
Well, they've broken the back of this chase, haven't they, these two? Amazing stroke play. Nisanka's been very, very impressive. Only slight of build, but his choice of shot, his tactical game, has been right on point. And he packs a punch for a small man, doesn't he?
Made a lot of people sit up and take notice when he got that brilliant century against India in Asia Cup at this venue. It's quite remarkable. I mentioned it before, but it's worth going through again. 107 off 58 deliveries in September. Waited for that, just ramped it, ran it off the face of the bats. Going to come back comfortably for the second.
Well, that's a good example of that decision making from Nisanka. Slower ball. He still used the pace, and he just lifted it over the right shoulder of Pooran, the wicketkeeper, but to the left the Rohit at short third man. Lovely touch. Oh, it's not all power for the little guy. 55 of 33 balls, he's racing.
Might be called wide, yes it is. I want to finish the story I was going to, in fact no, I'll have to come back to that in a sec. Brewing the opportunity that he missed today, I think, Gabaz. That's picked up nicely. With good power for 6 runs. Really good work from Nasanka. He's played superb. That's his third 6. 3 4s and 3 6s.
Such confident batting from Nasanka. Like a man really on top of his game. Man that gets picked up in most franchise tournaments, but this sort of exposure for him, of course he gets international exposure, but this sort of exposure, this sort of dominance against a good Emirates side, this is the sort of thing that'll get him noticed, no doubt.
Absolutely. Quite correctly. We've seen 2 players today who have played so smoothly. They've been unhurried. Moeen Ali and Nasanka, both of them. Been a treat to watch them. A couple of guys to watch closely and learn from.
Yeah, Moeen Ali was superb. That flowing left-handed blade. Or that run out, I thought might turn the game MI's way. It's in great form, Moeen Ali. But Nasanka and Omazai got it in similarly excellent method, good decision making. Not really technique, but it's more the decision making and the execution of the shots has been outstanding.
Do with this being a dot ball. 11 from the over so far. Got underneath that and he's drilled it downtown for 6 runs. He'll try to take a cameraman out. What a way to finish that over. Good batting from Nasanka. A couple of 6s at the end. 17 from it. Tex is okay. 138 for 3. Terrific shot. Tex is under that one. Oh, Tex, look out. Hit his viewfinder, actually. Yeah, that's very close. You're right, Tex. I'm with you. As Tex is checking out his camera, that was very close indeed. I think it just maybe the viewfinder as he was concentrating on the flight of the ball. There was no damage to Tex. We're a bit worried about the camera, though. Marzai just belted that down the ground beautifully. It's very close indeed. Recoiling Tex. There's Kyron just going with a Tex who's been on the circuit for a long time. Both of them, actually, checking on each other. 4 to start the over.
Well, occasionally sides might tiptoe their way to victory. Gulf Giants here are showing a lot more confidence than that. They are racing forward. These are great signs for Jonathan Trott and Gulf Giants. Very dominant batting, very confident batting, led by Nasanka, aided by Moeen Ali, and Omazai is there to put on the finishing touches by the looks of things.
The partnership's 79 off 35. Nasanka's got 40 of those off 20, but Omazai's got 38 off 14 balls. Been the more aggressive of the two, Omazai. It's picked that up as well, just a little bit leg side. It's gone nice and high. How far has it gone? Far enough. Wonderful timing. He is playing superbly. Big Kyron's looking concerned now.
Well, Wokes has tried to tuck him up this time. Didn't want to give him any width. Nasanka held his ground, held his balance, got his bat under the ball. The last 14 balls have gone for 50 runs.
Brilliant batting, really is. 16 they need now, 40 balls they've got. That's cracked as well, found a gap, that's another boundary. He's dealing in boundaries. Strike rate of 200 now for the Sanka, 76 off 38, that's where he is.
Well, this is dominant. What a start for the Gulf Giants. Racing to victory. No hesitation, no timidity, just confidence.
Oh, he waited again, plenty of time. Got that away for 4 easily. Really well played. Another boundary for Nasanka, takes him to 80.
What a way to burst onto the scene in this DP World ILT20. Pathum Nissanka from Sri Lanka. Little opening batsman that plays all formats. Is showing some of these more experienced franchise cricketers exactly what he's made of.
But there he is. The captain who's not there. You're delighted with the fact that this is happening at the moment. So he's going to come back in the line up hopefully on the weekend. It's hoping on Saturday we fit the play. James Vince, that's gone down the ground as well. Just a single that time. Right, another game tomorrow. These games are coming thick and fast now. Match number 3 today. This is the match tomorrow. Match number 4 is the undefeated teams that are going to be underway. Abu Dhabi Knight Riders, of course, are going to be up against the Vipers, who won the first game at this venue. So it's going to be a wonderful clash in Sharjah. And a dot ball to finish. 19 off the over, 14 done, 157 for 3. So Gazanfa, Gulf Giants within touching distance of a sensational victory in their first match of the competition. Gazanfa is making them wait, fires that in at leg stump. Seven runs to score. Jonathan Trott looking very comfortable, very content. Nissanka with a big shot.
And that's a good catch. Running back, not always very easy. But it might be a little too late for Emirates. Surely a contender for the Cycle Hub best catch of the season. Well, he can win a stylish and super cool bike. Brought to you by Cycle Hub. There is that mystery delivery, the carom ball that goes away from the right-hander, just deceiving Nissanka, who's played a blinder. A wonderful innings on ILT20 debut, and he's taken his side close to the brink of a victory. 81 from 42, a really special knock. It's 157 for 4.
Tom Moore's the new batsman. Off strike, first ball. Nissanka. 81 or 42 ball, sensational knock. He's looking for the short boundary. Tried to drag that little carom ball, which was wide of off stump, towards mid-on. And out. But the game is all but won. Well played, Nissanka.
Yeah, they've been batting on a different surface. Gulf Giants, as fluent as you have seen this season at this venue. Of course, one match previously. Not often you see top order batters with the type of fluency we've seen from Nissanka. That's wide. Wicketkeeper didn't get the glove down in time. And that's the game. So anticlimactic, you can say. It's a wide. So the Gulf Giants, quite clinical in their first display this season. They were solid with the ball and super efficient with the bat. Sanka leading the way with his innings of 81. And what a real beauty from Omar Zai. 39 from 16. I think the finishing touches to secure the Giants winning by 6 wickets tonight.
Jonathan Trott and the stand-in captain Moeen Ali standing in for James Vince, the injured captain of Gulf Giants, shaking hands. Vince there looking comfortable, and so they should. Gulf Giants have had a sensational game here to open up the points tally. Aaron Pollard, man who's seen all the vagaries of tournament play. We'll have a think about what's happened in this game. They'll come back strong, no doubt. Rashid Khan and Omar Zai, two teammates from Afghanistan. Rashid Khan got some real treatment from Omar Zai. Nissanka himself, he meted out his own to all and sundry. Smile on his face. He deserves that. He was sensational. My Emirates, very powerful batting unit. But today, they've been taught a few lessons by Gulf Giants. Really fascinating game. I tell you, it was a tale of 2 power plays. My Emirates 36 for 3.
So the struggles continue for My Emirates in Dubai. Of course, only 3 wins in 11 matches. Haven't adapted well tonight. The execution was a bit off. They lost wickets in that power play phase when they batted. They were 36 for 3. It was Pooran and Pollard that led a recovery. When they got to 163, you felt that they were just above par, but the start was so superb by the Gulf Giants, well led by Atun Nissanka. There he is, on debut in the ILT20, and showing his high value to this franchise. Didn't get a good opening partnership. Gurbaz, he was dismissed for 6, and they lost Erasmus, who batted at number 3, but then Moeen Ali came in and steadied things with a nice little partnership of 47 with Nissanka. It was wonderful to watch the onslaught from Omar Zai and then Nissanka. These two put on 94 and really led the chase for the Giants.
And all the My Emirates bowlers struggled. Wokes looked good early, swung it both ways, picked up 2 power play wickets. But the power play still went for 54. And then Omar Zai punished the Afghanistan bowlers. Faruqi and Rashid were expensive. No wickets for those quick bowlers.
So summary of this DP World ILT20 match number 3. It's the Gulf Giants going on to win by 6 wickets. Really showed that they executed better. First with the ball, then with the bat. And their coach will be quite pleased. 2 points for the Giants. Take a short break and we'll come back with a post-match presentation.
ILT20.
Another successful chase here in Dubai. Positive start for the Gulf Giants in Season 4 of the DP World ILT20. Very good with the ball. As you can see, their seamers picking up 5 of the 6 wickets, and then Patun Nasanka on debut in the ILT, bringing his value and worth to the fore. But good support from Azmatullah Umar Zai as well. They made this chase look so easy in the end, winning in the 15th over. And if you missed it, it was the Giants that won the toss, elected to bowl first, and that's been the trend here in T20 cricket at the Dubai International Stadium. Emirates, they were in trouble early, losing 3 wickets in the power play, but then a recovery happened with Pollard and Puran, a partnership of 78, got them to 163. You felt they had something to work with, but the start was decent. Works with a couple wickets, but that was all. Couldn't really push the Giants and muster good defense in this match number 3. Nisanka with 81 and Omar Zai unbeaten on 39, securing a 6 wickets win for the Giants. So 2 points for the Giants. They go up top, a win in their very first game, and that net run rate column will be something that will come into focus as we go through the tournament. Knight Riders also very successful at the start, so to the Vipers. Long way to go in this tournament. Let's now join Mike Hazeman with the post-match presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of match number 3 between Emirates and the Gulf Giants. Gulf Giants getting up and winning by 6 wickets. Fine performance from them. Of course, a very powerful Emirates side. Gulf Giants were very pleased with this outing, and also, of course, winning in Dubai, which is something they didn't do in the last season at all. We'd like to thank our sponsors for the DP World International League T20 Season 4, DP World, 1xBat, Big Ticket, TCL and the Cycle Hub. DP World ILT20 would also like to thank all the government organisations, stadium authorities and all those who were involved in the smooth conduct of this match. The first award for today's presentation is the DP World Dispatch of the Day. The winner gets a trophy and a cheque of $1,500, and that goes to Moeen Ali. Moeen, if I can ask you to come forward to accept this for this magnificent 6 that you hit earlier. It is going to be Mr. Saeed Al-Jahini, Acting Senior Vice President of Strategy at DP World GCC, who's going to be handing the cheque over. And it was for that second 6. Beautiful shot off Faruqi over long on. Really magnificent work. And there's the cheque to Moeen Ali as well. Thank you. Now, if I can please also ask Kieran Pollard to come forward for a chat. Kieran? Right, Kieran, on the wrong side today. How do you reflect on it, and do you put it down to those 3 wickets going down inside 5 overs at the start?
Yeah, you can, but you also can say that the toss is going to play a major factor in the games going forward, which we'd have known, before, because I think that first 10 overs, the ball was doing a lot, and, and losing 3 wickets in the power play, having to rebuild again, we were short when it comes to runs.
Now, well played yourself. It was a nice partnership, of course, with yourself and Nicholas Parham, which got things back on track. Tell me about the track. You spent a lot of time out there. What about the pitch? Was it something difficult about the pitch, or not really?
I'm not one to complain about the pitch. Again, we are all cricketers and we have to adapt to what is presented in front of us. As I said, just losing those couple of wickets up front kind of held us back a bit, and then we didn't finish off quite how we wanted to. We had that partnership in the middle there, but I just thought we could have finished a bit better with Nicholas and myself, and they bowled well at the end. So we're playing against professionals, so I'm not going to bring it down to the pitch and the conditions and all of that, because then that's excuses and we get an easy way out, and that's not what we hear about.
You know how important it is to start well in a tournament like this. What do you go back and have a chat to the boys in the change room about?
Again, just being better in terms of execution. Losing a game by 30 balls, that's almost 5 overs. I think we could have done a better job when it comes to that, despite being 15, 20 runs short. So again, it's just a matter of sort of execution and again being better. New guys coming in. We had a couple of guys who have not played cricket in months, as well, where we has a couple who was playing the T10 tournament. So it's a kind of it was good in terms of the build-up. So it's just nice and easy, and we turn up again come the next game.
We'll see you in a couple of days as well. Kieran, thank you. Kieran Pollard, of course, disappointed captain of Emirates side going down today. If I can have a chat now to the winning skipper of the Gulf Giants, it is going to be Moeen Ali, who's going to be signing the match ball for the DP World representative as well. There we go, Moeen. Skipper, come and have a chat. You've got to be delighted with this. 1 up, captain, victory in the first game.
Yeah, it was a great performance. I think the toss was huge. We bowled really well in the first 10 overs, and they had 2 very dangerous players who can take it away, but I thought we restricted them nicely. And then obviously with the bat, Nisanka was unbelievable, and so was Omar Zai.
Let's just go back to Parham and Pollard, because they are the guys in world cricket who can actually take it away. What did you guys do specifically so well to keep them under a lid?
We knew they were rebuilding a little bit because they were 3 down at power play, and it was almost like getting them to take the risk, but they didn't, and they played very smart until. And I think at the end we bowled really well. I know there was some boundaries, but I thought we bowled really well at them, and there was no plan or anything. It was just obviously big side, short side, and things like that, but I thought we executed generally very well. What about Nissanka? He's terrific. Yeah, he's a brilliant player. I feel like for a few years now, I think he's one of the best in the world in this format. So he's very calm. He doesn't say a lot, but he packs a punch. And you also had a good performance from Mazai, who picked up a couple of wickets as well, and also some very quick fire runs to help the stand and the victory towards the end. Yeah, he's played unbelievably well, and he's an all-rounder, and that's what all-rounders can do. I thought he bowled outstandingly well, and then obviously with the bat, he was awesome, especially that one over against Rashid Khan. He saw an opportunity, and that just gave us the momentum and finishing the game, because it's still 50-50, but he was outstanding, and that's what we want from our players. So, Skipper, what do you do now? I mean, do you change your winning team, or does the skipper who would have been in your shoes today, does he have to earn his place back in the side now? No, he hopefully comes straight back. There's too many meetings for me, but no, he comes straight. For me, he's the best captain in England and one of the best in the world. So he comes back in, one of the best players, and it just strengthens our side, and I'll just be a sounding board for him. Yeah, he'll be a great addition. Well done yourself today. Thank you. Good Thanks stuff. So much. Moeen Ali, terrific. Delighted, of course, of the winning skipper's side, getting up today with the Gulf Giants, and those are valuable points in the first game. Right, now it's time to the final award, is the Player of the Match award, and that's a trophy also and a check of $1,500 US, and that award goes to Patan Nissanka. Patoon, please come forward. Mr. Vinod Adani from the Adani family will be presenting the check, and Mrs. Ranjan Adani from the Adani family presenting the award as well. 81 off 42, strike rate of 192. Patoon, come and have a brief chat with me. Last time I saw you during the Asia Cup, and got that magnificent 100 against India, you played superbly then. That must have given you great confidence again today to perform.
Yeah, I played Asia Cup in really well. I think I want to do my best every time.
Why did you play so well again today?
I think wicket is a little bit slow first power play, and after that I realized and play my normal game.
And a win first up must be a huge thrill for you and also your teammates.
Yes, we have played a really good game, and we are boys bowl really well, and Overside bat really well.
You're outstanding. Congratulations. Well played.
Thank you very much.
Terrific stuff. I'll read those numbers again. Strike rate of 192, 81 off 42. Outstanding stuff from Nissanka. That concludes the presentation.
Talent aplenty, action and entertainment galore. And of course, match number 4 coming your way tomorrow. It's the Vipers taking on the Knight Riders. Two teams that started the tournament on a positive note. They'll be live from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. That's a match you don't want to miss. So it's coming thick and fast. From all of us here in Dubai, we sign off in the Combox, but Cricket Safari comes up next.
Game 3 of the DP World ILT20 Season 4. Both teams going at it tonight have won this trophy before, but it was the Golf Giants, who were admittedly a little bit off last season, that came out hot, both with ball and finished it off quick and fast with the bat. Led by Nasanka with a man of the match, 81 runs. Good fun to watch, and a very, very quick finish in the end. So it was a huge victory for the Golf Giants by 6 wickets. Despite the best efforts, Pollard, Puran put in quite a partnership. It was not enough in the end. Hello everyone, welcome back into Cricket Safari. Now, Andy Flower is a very, very lucky man tonight. He's surrounded by Kiwis and all the good ones. We've got Simon Dool and Shane Bond, part of the Golf Giants coaching crew. Good to have you with us. Congratulations. A win up front. Must feel good.
Does feel good. It's always nice to get the competition off for the win, especially against such a power-packed side like Mumbai. So it's a good chance to, I suppose, that first game to get one over them, and we played really well tonight, so I think everyone's pretty chuffed.
You were dominant with both bat and ball. Now, you've been a part of this competition a couple of times before, so you know what the DP World ILT20 is all about. What have you, I know we've just started, but what are you liking from what you're seeing in the growth in the tournament so far? Yeah,
I still love the fact that we have to play a couple of local players and an associate player as well. I think the growth of those players in the nations that they represent is really a big one. It makes it a challenge from a coaching point of view, as Andy knows, is often there are players who would normally play who miss out to balance which locals you want to play. So selection is always, it's a long conversation. But I thought, yeah, our local player tonight who got the opportunity to play was one of our better bowlers. So that's something like that's great to see. It was great to see. And Dooley, what did you make of the game tonight?
Pretty comprehensive, I thought. I'm just wondering how much sort of input Shane has into the batting lineup of my Emirates and how much you've spent time in dressing rooms with those guys when it came to the bowling side of things, because it appeared to me, I know the wicket probably got a little better, but your plans against most of those guys were pretty good.
Yeah, I think they were. I think the wicket was, we definitely got the better end of the wicket. I think it held a little bit at the start, and when someone like Nicky P can only go out and run a ball for as long as he did, it's probably a representation that the wicket was tough, but I also thought we executed exactly what we wanted to. As a bowling coach, you're always looking for perfection, aren't you? So we probably missed 10 balls, and I thought actually 145 if we'd got it right, but in the end, as I said, the wicket flattened out in Nasanka. He's such a good player, and in the end we did it quite comfortably, which is great.
So for you then, from a bowling coaching point of view, are you looking at numbers? Are you drawing a lot from the analysis about how to bowl to batters, or is it a feel thing for you and you're letting the guys on the field take a bit more control?
I think for me it's conditions first, so the conditions will dictate first up. So the wicket was a little bit slow and tacky, so if we hit the top of the stumps, and we talked about even at the timeouts, stay there as long as we can because it's difficult to hit. Secondly, if it then starts to flatten out, where are the areas that are going to be more challenging to hit? Spoke about the big side, the short side, and in the end it's if you can put those plans into place and they still hit you, then it's okay. So it's not all about the outcome, it's did we do the job, did you do your job for the team, and tonight we were pretty good.
Tonight they were pretty good. Andy, what did you make of the performance from the Golf Giants?
Yeah, they looked really confident, they looked organised. That's a nice way to start the tournament, isn't it? And particularly I thought the confidence of the batsmen when they chased that target. You know, some sides might tiptoe towards a target like that. They didn't do that. They went confidently. I think they had 50. They were 56 for 2 off the power play. Excellent power play for them, even though it's a little bit easier in the second innings here, it seems. And then that acceleration from Omazai and Nasanka was sensational. That was really high-quality batting, a very dominant display, even against a world-class performer like Rashid Khan.
I want to talk a little bit more about Nasanka, who obviously player of the match and rightfully so, did a great job with the bat. What's he look like in the nets? Did you know that was coming?
He looks like he's about 13, doesn't he? He's tiny. Everybody walked out there and thought, is he? How old is he? But I've seen a lot of him at home, and he's clearly one of the best batsmen in the world, I think, at the moment. He was a dominant player in New Zealand with Sri Lanka. He's got shots all over the wicket. So even though he's very small in stature, I thought we saw tonight the combination of shot making and power. He's just a class player, and he was the guy who took the game away from him.
Certainly did. Andy, what was your assessment of his performance with the bat?
Yeah, I've seen him bat in all formats, and he does look like a really classy little player. I think his height actually helps him. He seems to get under the ball quite nicely.
So what you're saying is I was a chance. If I could get under it, I would have been really
Me
good.
too.
Yeah, I think you were actually. You're right.
But for a small guy, he has got some power, as Bondi says. So a very impressive performance. His decision-making was outstanding. He didn't only use power, used some nice touches down to third man, got it over the keeper a couple of times. So that's a great start for him. First game in ILT20. And that feeling of self-belief and confidence and acceptance by your peers in the dressing room, that'll feel great for Patum Nissanka.
Absolutely. Well, now I want to talk about some bowling. Your bowling unit up front, they were quite good, actually. Let's talk about Tushara. What do you liked about his performance tonight?
I think it was the plan was to bowl full early to a couple of their batters, and because he swings the ball and the wicket was a bit tacky, we thought that would be challenging. So the matchup was there, and he just executed, didn't he? Just bowled at a line, hit the stump, used the slower ball well, and with that little bit of swing and hold, when guys try to play across the line a bit, it created those caught and bowled chances. So I think when you go into these games, you're a local player, Hyder, who bowled really fast in our warm-up game, as you sort of don't know what you're going to get, but he was exceptional tonight and really beautifully led by Mo as well. His captain just directed him what he wanted, and the beauty is he just executed and had an excellent performance.
We had a look at Hyder in the commentary box. Andy and I were on. He's not right over the top. He's just a little bit of that action, a bit sort of Dushmantha Chimera like. Is that someone you'd look at and think he's a little bit like that? But I really like. There's a lot to like about the run up. There's very rhythmical.
Tushara.
This is Tushara now. I mean, for him in particular, that slower ball when he gets it right. You worked a lot with Malinga.
Yep.
As well. How similar? What are you seeing the similarities there?
Well, you just can't see it because he sort of cuts underneath the ball and it dips. And that's the thing is, again, you're always getting the vision out of the umpire's shirt where he delivers the ball. So if it swings and it's at the stumps on a wicket like we had tonight, which was staying down, it becomes challenging. You're trying to hit him straight, but it hits the bottom end of the bat. And that's why it was so effective. Obviously, then that adjustment as the wicket got a little bit more greasy and it skidded on, obviously Polly got him a little bit, but certainly effective at the start.
Speaking of effectiveness, let's talk about change of pace and to remove Johnny Bairstow. Is that something that you talk about, or is that like a feel thing when you get out here and see what the conditions are doing?
Oh, so there's plenty of times when, as Andy would know, that you're going, what is going on out there from a bowling coach? But look, in the end, you put your plans in place. We've got two excellent captains in Mo and Vincey, and you have to trust them on the field that they're going to make the decision. It's never going to be perfect. As much as we as coaches are after perfection, it's not going to be like that. So, look, we talk about you are going to miss, you're not going to execute, but as long as we get our decision-making mostly right, then we can sort of live with that. So I think that's the thing tonight, we got most of it right.
And when you look at that dismissal of Bairstow, is that decision-making gone right as far as you could see, Andy?
Oh, absolutely. He's a dangerous bowler with a new ball, Tushara. Dangerous because of that low slingy action, but he swings the new ball. And then his second most dangerous method of dismissal is deceiving batsmen with the slower ball. There's something about the low slingy delivery where when you do throw out the off-spinner slower ball, it's harder to see for batsmen. And he definitely deceived Johnny Bairstow there. He did him for pace. The bat came through early. And the spoon return catch came his way.
It's a little bit more like a baseball pitch, Bondi. I've sort of studied this a little bit. When Malinga's Ben from Australia got it really low, and it would sort of curl away from the right-handers because it comes from such a low trajectory, and it's got a little bit of side spin, so it curls away from the right-handed batters as well. So that's what also makes it a lot tougher to hit.
It's like the Benny Lachlan slider.
Like
the slider, isn't it?
The slider.
Yeah, that
it's
actually
very
curves.
similar. And that's sort of, you get it, you feel like you've got a line, and then all of a sudden you haven't got a line at all, and it's off pace, so you're reaching for it, and that's exactly what Bairstow was doing.
It takes it towards that outside edge as well, doesn't it? That little bit of slide to the offside.
So, okay, you get the win tonight, the Golf Giants on a roll already. What's next steps? How do you move forward in a positive way? Because it's new for you and Jonathan Trott, new combination for you guys. You've got some new players. What's the messaging like in the dressing room for you guys?
It's just more of the same. I mean, we've got 5 games in 9 days. So obviously, again, it's you look at the conditions. The conditions may change over those games, so your lineup may change. It's quite a unique competition in terms of your selection and your balance of your team, because one change can actually lead to 3. So the biggest thing we've talked about is look, we'll just prepare consistently well, have our plans to go in, and then just recover well, and away we go again. And we know if we play good cricket, they're in with a chance to win. You know, these are one of the stronger sides, I think, MI, so to knock them off should give us a lot of confidence going through the tournament.
You had a lot of great individual performances. Omazai was another one we haven't mentioned yet with his bowling. He was superb. So when it comes to selection, what's the policy within the Golf Giants? And when you have all these individuals stepping up all of the time, does it ever get tricky?
Oh, you got to ask Trotty, because I just try to stay away from it, so I can deflect all the blame from him. No, like, we sit down, and that's the beauty of a coaching staff, is the head coach would just get all the ideas. He listens to the assistants, go, what about this, and in the end he's got to make a decision, and we all get in behind it. So that's the thing, you're leaving quality players on the bench, but you're just trying to pick a team that matches up with the conditions, matches up with the opposition, and then you just got to go out and play well.
And we get to talk about it, Dooley, which is very nice. Like Omazai tonight, I want to talk about him with you. What did you make of his performance?
Well, I thought all round was brilliant. We know what he can do with the bat. I think his bowling's getting better and better in the short format. He understands when to use the slower ball. I think he bowled a couple of really nice slower balls towards the back end. He swings it both ways, and he gets energy behind the ball. I think he's one of those players to me, and Andy Bondi, he hits the bat a little harder than you think. And I think from a batting point of view, that just creates that little bit more uncertainty because of the away swing and the in swing. It just hits you a little harder than you might think sometimes.
Yeah, that's what look, as a batter, you're not sure what's coming, and that's a significant factor. He's not predictable. Firstly, the ball can swing either way, but he's unpredictable with his lengths as well. So he bangs a fairly quick bouncer, as you say. He can hit the top of the bat, and he's not afraid of bowling a Yorker. So that sort of unpredictability brings doubt to a batsman, and as soon as you create doubt, you've got one up on him.
How do you coach unpredictability?
Great question. Again, you have some basic, you keep things reasonably simple, don't you? And you go, a guy like that who's got skills. I always talk about, you've got this skill set, it's how you apply those skills to certain players. So it's not about not using the skill set, it's if you're bowling to Nicholas, it might be more slow wide stuff, or using the Yorker to the feet. If you're bowling to Polly, it's hitting the top of the stumps a little bit more. So we have all those strategies in place, but he's certainly a hell of a skilled player. And I think we got a lovely match-up tonight with him facing his teammates with the ball, who were the biggest danger, and he just obviously took them down, which made a huge difference to us.
Oh, imagine walking in the dressing room after that. It is feeling very good. Bonnie, I want to thank you so much for your time. You're an absolute legend. We love you. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. Right, let's take a look at some of our winners, our contest winners from Z. Let's have a little look here. If you're on these graphics here, congratulations. The Jawa Dikau in Pau contest, you can see here they're from all over, from Mumbai, Ranchi, some very exciting prizes coming your way. There's another page though, so if you're not on that one, hold on, you might be on this one. Have a look there, some Kolkata, Nagpur, Delhi. Congratulations to our winners. All right, I want to thank you, Andy, very much for joining us. Dooley, you have to stay with me, and so do you guys. Sorry, Dooley, did you not know that? You guys have to stay with us too. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, plenty more. Let's talk about My Emirates. We'll see you soon. welcome back to Cricket Safari. It is so great to have your company. If you have just joined us, the Golf Giants have won by 6 wickets. They have opened their account in Season 4 of the DP World ILT20. Joining Dooley and myself is Mike Hazeman now. Mike, it is great to have you here for the tournament.
Laura, thank you.
Our first time working together. Your second game of the tournament. What have you made of it so far?
Well, after the game yesterday, when the ball was just pinging off all over the place,
Yeah.
it was a real shock really to come here and see that. But you know, it was quite interesting. This game, it never really took fire until right at the very end of the game, when obviously Nasanka played superbly, and then obviously Omarzai decided he was in a bit of a hurry and an appointment, I think, or something, but he decided to finish things very smartly. But yesterday, from ball one, it was just full on. There were just sixes flying out the ground in Sharjah the whole time. So 2 very different situations. And chatting to Kieron Pollard at the presentation, I asked him, was it something else about the pitch or anything that didn't allow the game to ignite earlier? And in the way that he says things, he diplomatically said that he's not going to blame anything or whatever. They didn't play well enough, and he said again, but I'm not going to blame anything. We didn't play well enough. But he did say again, I'm not going to blame anything. We didn't play well enough.
What's he trying to blame you for?
Yeah, what are we blaming?
Maybe. I enjoyed the game.
It was a good game, and it definitely lit up towards the end. You did right. Let's have a look at the points table. I know we're only 3 games in, but let's see who's got the spoils so far. So the Golf Giants get the win today. The Abu Dhabi Knight Riders did it against Sharjah Warriors, and the Vipers got one over the Capitals as well. So all good to get wins and points straight away in this tournament. Now, my Emirates, if we were going to look at positives, Dooley, there were a couple. The one for me, I think, that stood out was Pollard. Comes out in his first game as captain. I mean, he's not new to this franchise, but to come out and his 200, goodness me, that man's played an awful lot of cricket. But what for you was a positive?
I think they rebuilt quite nicely, and you know, might look at Nicholas Puran. I think he was 27 off 27 at one stage, but it needed that sort of innings. This is not a surface where you can come out and just go crash bang wallop in the power play. I've said that so many times over the last 3 years, whether it be Asia Cups or World Cups or this particular tournament. You've got to be a little more circumspect in that power play. When you're 3 down, you're going to be behind the 8 ball for the most part of the game. And I thought they rebuilt nicely and got to a target where if they'd bowled a lot better, it could have been a lot closer. So bowling was a bit of an issue, and the batting in the power play is where they need to improve. Pollard was a positive. I think Puran played a really responsible innings, and I think Gazanfar bowled nicely. Rashid had an off night, but I thought Gazanfar
I've never heard of those before.
Yeah,
I hadn't seen one.
No, it doesn't happen very often. But I thought AM Gazanfar bowled quite nicely for them.
So when we look at Pollard and he's the ripe old age of 38, I believe, and he doesn't like when people say that. So if you ask, it wasn't me that told you. But when you look at what keeps him, how is he able to continually do this around the world?
I mean, this season, this year, I should say, he's been spectacular again this year. I mean, it's quite remarkable. I think a lot of people think he was going through a bit of a lull the last couple of years, but he suddenly has burst back on the scene again now, and this year has been terrific. And to thump the ball like he does, I mean, he doesn't try and hit the ball that hard. He's just enormously strong. I mean, there's still quite a lot of work going on in the gym there, quite clearly, and the forearms and the wrists, and the upper body strength is quite astronomical. But look, there's a lot of ability. Let's not forget the ability. But he's just a power hitter of note. And will we see another player like him? I think in the T20 game, probably not. T10 game, probably not.
I was down in Abu Dhabi doing the T10 recently, and what I really liked about Kieron Pollard, he will never leave any stone unturned. And post-game, they played a game. Chris Jordan was on the opposition side. Pollard was in his side. And they were both out there after the game doing some shuttle sprints. Now, 38 and 37, I think.
Those very young ages.
CJ's 37, I think, and Pollard at 38. The only 2 out there. A lot of young players in that tournament, and they're out there doing some shuttle sprints after a game.
That's impressive.
And I just sort of yelled over. I said, "Did you not sort of have enough in the game?" He said, "Mate, we've got a month and a half of cricket coming up." He said, "I've got to make sure I do my stuff."
I mean,
that's quite impressive.
Says a lot.
After everything he's done and been through, the want and the ability to still, you know, want to get the best out of himself. I think that's a really big thing with Kieron Pollard.
I mean, it says a lot that you weren't with them. You were standing there saying, what are you doing?
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised. Alongside him, keeping up, you know.
He does his pre-game.
Says a great deal.
And he runs around. You should see him pre-game. Don't worry about that. But when you look at the players that do that, do you have to stay fitter the older that you get to avoid injury as well? Is that part of it?
Yeah, there's a lot of that, but there's also a little bit of setting standards as well, and saying, you know, guys, this is what I'm prepared to do.
He's big on that.
Yeah, he's massive on that, Kieron. I mean, you see it in a dugout interview, in a team interview situation or a team talk situation, and he's really big on setting standards and making sure that he's actually at the forefront of it, and he's at his best. So I think that's one of the big reasons that he continues to do it.
It's so cool. I love to hear that. You can see why he's so wanted around the world. So excited to see what he does in this tournament. And this tournament keeps rolling on. We head to Sharjah tomorrow. Let's have a look at what is happening. It's the ADKR team taking on the Vipers. Both teams have had a win, a good start. Can they continue it? Now, you were there at Sharjah Cricket Stadium, looking beautiful. I love Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Magnificent.
Track was terrific, really good.
Well, if you're Liam Livingston, you love it out
totally.
there, don't you?
And about 20 others in the game also, by the way. No, the track was really good. It had nice pace to it, nice bounce. So it was good. A far cry from what we saw literally from 2 years ago. It was brown and barren and cracked. Now it's got a little bit of live grass about it. It was terrific. Good carry through to the keeper. Very impressive. Allowed them to play those shots.
It absolutely did. Can we talk a little bit about Liam Livingston? I think we've got some footage of it. For those of you who might have missed this, it was quite something. To get 82 off just the 38 balls. I mean, the Sharjah Warriors didn't know what to do with themselves.
No, they didn't. I mean, he took everyone down. He was particularly severe on Pretorius, wasn't he? And that one over, I think it went for 33.
This was last over the innings.
Is that what? Yeah. But, I mean, his power down the ground is immense. We talked about Kieran Pollard. It's as big as anyone in the game.
Terrific. I mean, he didn't miss-hit a ball yesterday. That's how well he played. It was off 38 deliveries, the runs. It was extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, it absolutely was. The Desert Vipers is the other team to be watching out for, obviously taking them on. And they started off with a hiss and a roar. You see what I did there? Fangs out, all that. But they did start very well. And they needed to, I guess, after what happened to them in January. They just could not get one over the Capitals. So to start that way, is that good signs for them?
Well, the two teams that have lost their captain prior to game number one have both come out on top. Lockie Ferguson out injured before game number one. James Vince out injured tonight for the Giants.
He's going to fight to get. He won't get back in, they say.
He might not. But they looked very good the other night in that run chase. They bowled nicely, restricted the Capitals to 150. Bowled really well in doing that, and then chased it down. I mean, it got a little bit tighter than they would have wanted at the back end, but they're a good-looking side. And you know, anytime you got Sam Curran in a side, you know there's going to be a little bit of fight and a little bit of mongrelling about it as well. So, yeah, it's a clash of two teams that have won their first games. Two teams that have looked good in their first game, so we're going to have a loser of one of the two of them after tomorrow night, and yeah, it might be a sort of something to look forward to going through the tournament.
And just one thing about that, the hitting from Livingston yesterday. I mean, Andre Russell was at the non-striker's end. I mean, the partnership was something like 58 or something, and he scored 11 of them. I mean, that's how unusual for Andre Russell. Well, he was celebrating. He was pretty happy at the end, but we were going, wow, this is quite extraordinary that he can do that.
One who, if he gets it right, is one to watch, and that's Andreas House. We've seen him in this tournament. He scored, I think, his third 50 in this tournament the other night here. He'll be interesting at Sharjah. I think could he get it out onto the road?
Well, he could definitely get it on the road. You have a look at a couple of these pull shots that he plays. He sweats on the short ball. See, that sort of shot there would be out on the road in Sharjah. I think they put netting up though, have they, Hazy? They put some netting up to stop the balls
going on
the
shop
road
across the road.
That's on the shop. Okay, all right. No drama. But really good player.
Windows.
Andres Host, obviously keeper, batter, bats at the top of the order. He's had a pretty good time of it lately as well, and he's got an all-round game, plays the little ramps and things, but I think he plays the quick bowling as well as any top-order player in this tournament. He's really exciting.
I knew him from the Free State days when he was playing at Free State before he went to Texas. And I mean, he's always had enormous talent, but never really got a run in South Africa, so took an opportunity to move to the States. And one thing he's often done that I've seen is start tournaments really strong and then just peter off a little bit. And I really think and hope that he's starting to learn that you've got to be really consistent as you possibly can, and be better the next day than you were the previous one. But he's a very, very talented cricketer.
Well, if we're going on stats, then you want to be watching tomorrow, because it's game 2 for him. It's game 4 of the DP World ILT20. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.